Cool. Hi everyone. Morning. The light's just quite blaring there. So good morning and welcome. I'm Paula Kennedy. I'm Head of Publishing at the University of London Press, and I'm the current chair of the Open Institutional Publishing Association, OIPA. It's a real pleasure to open today's symposium and to welcome those of you joining us both in person and online. It's great to have so many of our OIPA members here today, as well as colleagues who share values and goals with OIPA, from libraries, funders, publishers, and the wider open access community. Thanks to you all for being here, and particular thanks to the University of Sussex Library team for hosting us and for all their support in organising today's event. So we have a really interesting programme ahead of us today, panels on the value of open institutional publishing and on advocacy and branding, plus member lightning talks and a workshop on OIPA's future priorities. All the presentations and lightning talks will be here in the main auditorium, and the workshop will be held downstairs in the Gardner Tower room. The luncheon break will be in the Acker Cafe space that you've just been in, and Sussex staff will be around to help you if you need directions. For those online, if you could add any comments or queries in the chat and any questions for panellists in the Q&A, that would be great. Before we move into our programme, I just wanted to spend a few minutes on OIPA, who we are, what we do, what this community represents, and why open institutional publishing matters so much right now. So OIPA began as a small community of practice, formed by a handful of presses that saw a clear need for more support, more shared knowledge, and a stronger collective voice for open access publishing in universities. We formally launched in 2023 with 10 members, and a mission to support and connect open institutional publishing of all shapes and sizes. Since then, OIPA has grown rapidly, as you can see. We have 27 full members now, who are university presses and publishing operations affiliated with UK universities. And we have 6 associate members, including non-UK publishers and organisations beyond academia that engage in open publishing activities, including JISC and most recently NHS Wales. I think OIPA's growth reflects a growing appetite within universities for publishing models that are open, community-led and mission-driven. Our members span the full institutional publishing spectrum: born open university presses, library-based publishers, book and journal hosting services, hybrid models, and newer initiatives still building their programs. As a community of practice, OIPA focused on sharing expertise and resources, creating skills training and networking opportunities, building partnerships across the open access landscape, and advocating for publishing within universities that's non-profit. Ahead of today's event, we did a survey of our members to build some initial data about the scale of what we're doing. We had responses from 23 of our 26 at the time full members, so it's a representative study of OIPA's activity. Today I'm just going to share some headlines from just our UK affiliated members, but we will share more from the full survey in the next few months. The survey shows really clearly that open institutional publishing in the UK isn't a marginal activity, but a fast-growing and increasingly important part of the scholarly communications landscape. And as I'll briefly go through now, it does give us a strong picture of OIPA's scale, its diversity, and the value that we bring to universities, researchers, and the wider scholarly ecosystem. So first, OIPA has scale. As you can see here, we've quickly become, I think, a new national infrastructure supporting open access in the UK. It's a fast-growing sector, alongside several established presses who've recently celebrated over a decade of publishing, including Goldsmiths Press and Edinburgh Diamond. 8 of our members have launched just since 2022. So it's an emerging and maturing ecosystem, one that's building capacity, developing distinctive publishing programs, and demonstrating what open institutional publishing can achieve. The scale of what OIPA members collectively publish is often larger than people expect. According to the survey data, members reported more than 1,600 books published to date, alongside 56 current book series and almost 200 journals. Over half of our members publish books as well as journals. It's a substantial and growing publishing footprint, an increasingly important part of the UK's open scholarly communications landscape. And the work is being used and read at scale. The survey highlights some striking indicators of readership and reach. So Edinburgh Diamond, for example, reported over 10 million journal article downloads. And UCL Press's How the World Changed Social Media has had more than 1 million downloads. Open Press at Sussex's Introduction to Biological Psychology OA textbook has also had 30,000 downloads and over 200,000 page views. These figures matter because they remind us that open institutional publishing isn't just about principles and values, although those are key. It's also about enabling scholarship to circulate more widely, to be discovered and used more easily, and to have greater academic and public impact. OIPA also strengthens bibliodiversity. Another strong message we had from the survey is the breadth of what OIPA members are publishing. We represent bibliodiversity in action. Our publishing, as you can see, is particularly important for arts, humanities, and social sciences, but many members also publish in STEM and interdisciplinary areas, showing that scholarship across the academy is supported. And they're doing so in ways which reflect the strengths of their universities and their communities, whether that's human rights, Scottish studies, or global health. Just as important is the diversity of formats. Members are publishing across a wide range of formats, including books, journals, textbooks, and experimental digital works. On the journal side, members reported supporting innovative formats, including multimodal work, open review, creative and practice-based outputs, and non-traditional submission forms. This diversity highlights one of the real strengths of open institutional publishing, its flexibility. Our members aren't simply reproducing commercial models at a smaller scale. They're widening the scholarly record and supporting ambitious, interdisciplinary, and innovative forms of research communication. And importantly, they're doing so through predominantly non-profit funding models aligned with university values. Institutional support is our dominant model across OIPA members, followed by library membership or collective funding approaches. Book and article processing charges are used by a minority of our members, but almost all alongside institutional subsidies, income from collective funding models like the Open Book Collective, or small grants and donations. And finally, OIPA delivers value. This kind of publishing achieves both reach and recognition for the universities that host us in a whole range of ways. Our members demonstrate reach and excellence with major book awards reported, significant global readership, and innovation and partnerships that enhance their university's visibility and support wider scholarly communities. The bullets on the slide show some of the ways our members reported their achievements, including recognition through awards, which counter ongoing tired myths about prestige and open access publishing. The survey results also showed that, although rooted in their universities, the majority of OIPA members also publish work by authors or editors from any institution, so they're outward-facing and embedded in wider scholarly communities. Many publishers also offer training, publishing advice for researchers and student internships. They support student-led journals and create partnerships with external organisations. Through these activities, we build institutional expertise and capacity across the UK, support open access literacy, we help universities deliver strategy and policy goals, support researcher development, and create new mission-led publishing pathways. And I think this is a really important part of OIPA's work, both as individual publishers and collectively. We're not just publishers, we're institutional partners in open research. We'll share more details from the survey over the next few months, but hopefully this is a helpful kind of overview of what we do. Thanks for joining us today, and we hope that today's symposium helps us continue building this collective picture of open access publishing in universities and what we can do next. Brings us to our first panel, Page in Crisis, Why Open Institutional Publishing is More Important Than Ever. We've got an excellent lineup of speakers today. We do have one panellist who is delayed on a train, but we are hoping that she will arrive perhaps halfway through in a dramatic fashion. But I'm delighted to hand over now to Professor Sarah Kember, chair of our opening panel. Sarah's Professor of New Technologies of Communication at Goldsmiths and Director of Goldsmiths Press, the UK's first green open access university press. Over to you, Sarah.
Context that we're in, but it is probably more important than ever in the face of this really quite unprecedented crisis in higher education, which I think we need to address, but we can also look at what we are doing about it and what we could do more. I mean, as institutional publishers, we are clearly seeing at first hand just how interconnected the fates of publishing in higher education are. And while we are swimming in this dreadful, choppy sea of precarity, financial precarity, with lots and lots of job cuts affecting universities, affecting the presses. It's good to come together and recognise the intervention that OIPA is, and build on that potentially, because I think my point of view, OIPA is at least potentially a lifeboat in this scenario. Goldsmiths Press, as Paula said, had its 10th birthday party last month, and before the Goldsmiths Presso martinis kicked in, didn't take long, and I was still able to articulate anything. I was talking about the importance of identity, brand identity, if you like, and interdependence in publishing. So our fates are connected, obviously, to our host institutions to a large extent, but also to each other. And OIPA was really set up to recognise that. We do share a lot in OIPA, a lot of experience and resources and best practice and networks. I suspect we're going to need to share more in the future. Our goal is for collective, not just individual survival, but ultimately flourishing. And for me, particularly, we're a model of collaboration that I think universities themselves really should be looking at, because the alternative is much more merger and acquisition, more monopoly control of publishing, more commercialisation, and more of a monoculture. And the people in this room, a lot of people in this room, are part of the resistance to that, really. And I do say every single time I talk about publishing, that publishing is politics. It really is, and we need to activate it as much as possible. At OIPA, we're a very broad church. I like that. We're quite pragmatic in our approach. We're not ideologues necessarily. We want to get the right kind, the properly funded, not individually owned kind of open access done. The values are very, very clear. Collaboration is key, competition isn't. We want, as Paula said, much more diversity of publishing and publishers. We're in a world where research is being reduced to content, and not even content in its own right, content that you extract data from and get massively rich from. In this context, we're protecting research, we're promoting research, we're doing it on a national scale, on an international scale, and in doing that, we add such massive value to our host institutions, whether or not they're in a position to recognise that. And my main, less positive note for today is that in extremis, and I speak from experience, they may not be able to recognise it, but we'll talk about that. I am looking forward to hearing more about what OIPA does and what it adds, how we communicate what we're doing, how we're protecting and promoting research, and how we're doing this holding over thing from generation to generation of public knowledge, really, for the benefit of everybody. So we'll hear from a publisher, a librarian, a researcher, hopefully, if she turns up, and a funder. In order of speaking, Jane Harville is University Librarian and Director of Library, Culture and Heritage here at Sussex. Ross Mounts is Director of Open Access Programmes at Arcadia. Professor Caroline Edwards is Executive Director of the Open Library of Humanities and the Open Journals Collective. And Dr. Anna Maria Cicciani, who will hopefully arrive soon, is Research Associate in Digital Humanities at the School of Advanced Study, University of London. So, Jane.
Microphones on, I'm assuming. Is that? Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, okay, sorry. I should be used to this one. Yeah, okay, thank you. Welcome to Sussex. It's lovely to have you all here. This is a lovely theatre, and it's a privilege, really, to be hosting this symposium. And it's nice to see lots of familiar faces, which I look forward to chatting to after this. Okay, so this time last year, I would have been enthusiastically talking to you about how we invest in our open press and in open. I would have been talking to you about what we're doing to flip non-pay and the efforts we're making to do that. I would also have been probably proudly talking to you about how myself and my colleague Beth Logan are advocating for cancelling the Elsevier deal, which we did manage to do at Christmas. with our exec. I would have been really excited about the fact that our university, University of Sussex, has a new value. It has a new value, and it's the value of openness. It's a core value, which I would be able to use in our strategy to support our open collections, our open galleries, our spaces, our digital collections, and our open press. I would also be talking to you about our continuing struggle to advocate for open with our academic colleagues, for the politics involved in that, and the differences in the subject areas. But overwhelmingly, I would have been giving you a really positive, optimistic, full of energy talk. However, we find ourselves today at Sussex, and I know many of you are in institutions that are in similar places. We're in a period of collective consultation around a restructuring, and we have 600 people across the university at risk of redundancy. The proposal is to remove 148 FTE from the university, and that is on the back of 2 very deep voluntary severance, voluntary leavers schemes. And I must acknowledge that in this room, there are people whose roles are impacted by that at Sussex. There are individuals and there are humans that are involved, that are impacted by these changes, these proposed changes. So as a director, as a leader, I had to propose a restructuring. I was asked to propose a restructuring, and I had to decide which roles I felt I could potentially put at risk. So I want to talk to you for a few minutes about how open and open institutional publishing form part of how I approach this really impossible challenge, and how I made the decisions and how I thought I proposed what our division would look like in the future. Okay. So, our purpose. Those of you who have advocated for libraries in the room will have noticed that there's a large amount of blurring now about the identity of a library. And in the face of a financial crisis, and a very quick financial crisis, it's become harder to advocate for libraries amongst everything else that's going on. We need to be clean and very sharp with our advocacy. And we love jargon. APCs, read and publish, back files, it's all jargon. And our exec and our stakeholders, it means nothing to them. So our pitch needs to be very meaningful, and it needs to catch their attention. Universities and institutions are absolutely concentrating their funding and their dwindling funding on what they perceive to be core services. So alongside teaching and research, their core services are supporting their students, the students' experience, student satisfaction, increasing student numbers, so student recruitment, compliance with regulatory bodies, that's the the OFS, and our researchers, our research funders, our buildings, our crumbling buildings, and our IT infrastructure, which is perennially being hit by cyber attacks. They are what universities perceive to be their core infrastructure. And if we're not careful, all of that heavyweight stuff will overshadow what we do, and it will ultimately lead to less funding. So in a world of perception, politics, and absolute panic, it's a financial panic, that's what I feel, are getting our position and our purpose right, and spoken about in the right arenas is incredibly important. So, our distinctiveness. So in pitching for our future, and to help me in the process of restructuring, I look to emphasise our core points of distinctiveness. So what clearly distinguishes us from other parts of the university, and I needed to do it in a way, and I've just said this, in a way that's clearly explained and recognised as equal by other, as other areas of the university that are known as core services. So I obviously highlighted at Sussex our heritage collections, our criticality to scholarship, our cultivation of campus community, and our trusted status. But I also lent very heavily into the university value of openness. It's very important that these conversations and these pitches, and it was a pitch to the exec, including the Vice-Chancellor, is very heavily linked to the university strategy and to the university values. So I lent heavily into the value of openness. And I worked with this, gladly abandoning all the accompanying jargon that you get generally with open and APCs and for-profit publishers. So I talked about our open galleries, I talked about our open digital collections, and I talked about our open press. There's something rather reassuring and old-fashioned about those three areas, in particular the open press. It does what it says on the tin. My Vice-Chancellor absolutely knows what it is. I don't have to explain it. I don't have to use jargon. And I made a case for sustaining it, sustaining our library-led open press. Everybody understands what it's trying to do and what it's trying to achieve, and they were supportive. And alongside this, actually, it's called the Sussex Community Plan, which is a grassroots challenge to the current proposed cuts. And there's an entire section in that Sussex Community Plan which is dedicated to moving away, this is written by our academic colleagues, it's dedicated to moving away from the publisher deals and to move towards a more non-profit infrastructure, open infrastructure. And that's helped enormously with our advocacy. But before I get too positive, I want to return to where I started, in that we're in the middle of a period of collective consultation with staff at risk of redundancy. And what this process has shown me over the last few weeks and months is that this shift to open and open publishing isn't just about flipping non-pay budgets. There's people involved in this. We are being asked to contract our pay budget. So I guess in this time of financial crisis and this very speedy, panic-driven financial crisis in higher education, there is potential for great human cost in moving to open and open publishing. It's something I hadn't clocked before, and it's something I will be very mindful of now. But that's where we are, and that's where we are today. So in conclusion, the power, I think, of an open press in financial crisis is that it's very easy to explain what it does to the exec. It's very easy to advocate for to my executive colleagues. And believe me, our Vice-Chancellor has looked at every single one of the proposals and is very clear about what the structure is in the library and has signed off on every single thing that I've proposed. The crisis has meant that our advocacy around open has improved, and the message is getting through to some degree because it's seen as a solution, like you talked about. It's seen by my academic colleagues as a solution. This is publishing open, but open press is part of this. But with the speed the cuts are being driven through in higher education at the moment, and it's year after year after year, and it feels like it's getting faster. We must be attentive to the human cost. It's not a gradual change; it's a fast change, and that is impacting on people. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Oh, I'm going backwards, sorry. I'll skip past these slides. So my name's Ross Mounts. I work at Arcadia, which is private philanthropy. I'm the director of open access there. So I know higher education in the UK is going through a big financial crisis. I'm not going to talk too much about that. I'm going to focus very much on what I know, which is publishing, academic publishing, and open access. And I'd just like to point us back to some very basic data about the research process and who funds it and the sums of money involved and where it's being spent. So my first question is, who funds research? And this is really important to know. So you can't just take it from me or a piece of academic research. Financial analysts have looked at this. There's a HSBC global report on this. They reckon that globally, the public sector or charities fund about 80% of the world's academic research. So it's majoritarily funded by good causes. So we want it to be open. We don't want it to be enclosed or just farmed by people renting it out every year. And in the UK, it's even more interesting because even more of the research is actually publicly funded. It's more about 90% is publicly funded. This is data that's on the university's UK website. It's just a screenshot of their website I've yoinked from my presentation. That yellow box of industry funding looks quite large, but when you hover over it with a mouse, apparently it's only about 7%. So the research that we actually do in universities is by far and large supported by taxpayer funding or charity funding. And therefore, of course, it should be open to the general public, both nationally and internationally. But then, of course, there's lots of profit being made. In the research process, most of the money is being spent on actual research, which is good, hiring researchers to do the research and equipment they need. And only about 1% of the research budget goes on publishing. That's important to know. But within that 1%, a lot is being siphoned out to these large commercial publishers that take the copyright and then rent access back to your university each and every year. And it doesn't make any sense. Why should we give our work to a commercial company and then have our institution rent it back from them each and every year for a huge amount of money? It makes no sense. So this is why I support OIPA. This is why I'm on the advisory board of OIPA, because I really think open institutional publishing makes a lot more sense than the existing system that is just siphoning money out of higher education, both in the UK and internationally. So UK universities are currently spending about 112 million on JISC negotiated agreements, and I think there are agreements outside of this as well, and that's just with the 5 largest publishers. There's an oligopoly going on. These 5 publishers have huge market power. If you haven't seen this piece of research published in F1000 Research, you really should look at it. Through freedom of information requests, Stu Lawson and Ben McGreblian asked all UK universities how much they're spending with these big 5 publishers, and they got all that granular data published and peer-reviewed in this journal article. It's fascinating. I'd love to see that work updated because it's a little bit old, but the sums of money involved are just huge, year on year, renting back access to research that we produced. And in fact, why do we have to use freedom of information requests to get this data anyway? I mean, why do libraries sign contracts with large commercial publishers under NDAs, non-disclosure agreements? How obviously corrupt is that? That's hiding something, isn't it? I hope that practice doesn't still continue. I mean, that research was published in 2015. I'm hoping that libraries in 2026 don't sign these agreements under NDAs. Who knows? So that situation needs to be changed. And that's what open access is about making sure that everyone has access to research and that we pay a fair amount and we don't have to rent it back from publishers each and every year. So I'd like to provide some positives with my talk and not just talk about crisis, because every crisis is actually an opportunity. So my recommendation for OIPA publishers would be to focus on values and alignment. I really think it's really important to do responsible publishing in this day and age. There's a big crisis within academic publishing in that you can't trust anything that's being published these days. There's so much AI slop, there's so much paper mill product, there's so many people turning in very, very poor peer reviews. I like the fact that what I see coming out of OIPA publishers is responsible publishing, publishing done responsibly, publishing done at a volume which is not just doing volume for volume's sake, but just publishing good quality research and getting it peer reviewed properly. It's well governed, and OIPA publishers are well aligned with what public and charities want, in that it's doing open access, responsible open access. There's strong misalignment from the commercial publishers right now in what they're doing. They're trying to make as much money as possible off our research, and that's very misaligned. In fact, misaligned is the polite way of saying it, but you know. Any surplus that happens to be made from academic publishing at OIPA, you know, is reinvested in scholarship and not shareholder profits. I feel very aggrieved at seeing these large profit margins from these large commercial publishers. I think, you know, that's my money at the end of the day that's going to shareholders, a small band of shareholders, and I'd much prefer it goes into higher education. It's reinvested into research and education. I think OIPA members are very good at supporting neglected disciplines and open educational resources. I think there's a real opportunity there. And I think there's a real opportunity to embrace newer models that emphasize early sharing of work, like publish, review, curate, and overlay journals. I think OIPA members have an opportunity to really demonstrate that excellence. So I've put on the slide here an example of a book that's award-winning, published by the University of London Press. Slight conflict of interest here. Arcadia is one of the sponsors of the Arcadia Open Access Book Prizes. But it's great to see that this book was submitted for consideration to this prize. It's run by the American Council of Learned Societies, and it won. You know, it wasn't a Cambridge University Press book that won this category. It was a University of London Press. So it shows that OIPA publishers can publish really high quality work that is recognized. And there are financial rewards for doing this. OA isn't all about sticks, it can be about carrots too. And here's an example of a really, really big carrot. And the great thing is, if you don't do open access publishing, you're not eligible for this prize. So, you know, you've got to be in it to win it. So do open and you can potentially get rewards. And this is my final slide, but just another kind of weird opportunity for OIPA members. Not a lot of people think about it, but this has been on my mind a lot recently. TNEs, really interesting acronym, transnational education. So however you feel about this, and I'm not particularly endorsing TNEs, but I'm saying the UK government does have a strategy that is pushing TNEs. UK universities are expanding all throughout the world, you know, making cash off their reputation in Qatar, in China, in India. But I suspect many of the universities doing this haven't really thought through the copyright issues. If you're trying to teach with a textbook in India, in China, you can't just rely on your UK license for that textbook. You've also got to have a license from the publisher that covers India. You've also got to have a license from the publisher that covers India. That's assuming that it's a proprietary, all rights reserved textbook. However, if you start using open educational resources under Creative Commons licenses, all of this complexity of negotiating cross-border licenses goes away. So I think with particular pushes going on in the UK right now to do TNEs, I think there's a real opportunity to do more open textbooks that are a lot easier to use in this TNE environment. So I think that's another great opportunity in this time. So thank you very much.
Right. How can I follow big carrots? I just wanted to start by picking up on something that Jane mentioned actually, which is about the human cost of the scale of the HE crisis. Open Library of Humanities, where I work, along with my fantastic publishing team, are based at Birkbeck, University of London. And we went through our own similar crisis. We got kind of ahead of the curve. We did it in 2022. We did sort of 3-4 rounds of voluntary severance. Enormous pressure on senior colleagues, you know, mid-late career stage to just take that early retirement, to not be a really expensive professor. Then we went into the consultation phase and we were all in scope. So I speak from a place, and I am going to say some quite positive and exciting things, I hope. But I speak from a place of an individual researcher who had to live for about 9-10 months under the threat of redundancy. And I know firsthand how it destroys your mental health. You know, if I lose my job, I lose my house, I lose my mortgage, I don't know where my family live, I don't know what we're going to do. It's impossible to continue working under those circumstances. So I really, feel for colleagues, not just at Sussex, but up and down university campuses in the country. Now, in that moment, because I also work at the Open Library of Humanities, which is a Diamond Open Access Journals publisher, I'm sort of presented with a kind of a real moment of reckoning in terms of my career. And like several other colleagues in my department, we saved the redundancies. So there were going to be 8 people out of about 15, I think, who were going to be made redundant. And in the end, those 8 jobs were saved because we took management secondments. So a couple of colleagues went off and became the dean of a restructured new faculty. Somebody went off and did a portfolio review to embed environmental and sustainability curricular materials across the whole degrees at our university because a donor had donated some money. So we basically all found ways to take ourselves out of that staff budget, and thereby we protected the last few jobs. Our department was cut. We were second in the ref, in the English literature department. So we were the second best literature department in the country. We never saw any of that money from the ref. All of that went straight back to the cost centre. And our university senior management never publicly acknowledged our success. They acknowledged other departments, but they refused to acknowledge ours because they knew that we were going to be restructured out of existence. So what is the kind of moment of opportunity, I guess? Just to give a very brief, before I go into some slides which follow on really nicely from Ross's talk, in case you're not aware, the OLH was set up back in 2013 actually, we set it up as a company limited by guarantee, and then it converted in 2015 into maybe it's 2016, into a UK charity. Myself and Professor Martin Eve, who's very well known within this sector, were running it as early career academics. And I emphasise this point because I've found over the years, and more recently with the Open Journals Collective, a really interesting opportunity for academic publishing in this space that sort of sits within and outside of the university. And I think several of the reasons why OLH is a really great example of what can be achieved in terms of ongoing sustainability. So we now have a team of 12 members of staff. We also have internships that are paid by PhD doctoral funding consortia. We've been going for over 10 years. Our library membership is growing year on year, even despite the crisis. I think we've been able to achieve these things because we were not the University of Birkbeck Press. It wasn't that the Birkbeck senior management team said, we need you to set up a publisher, we're going to hire somebody. I mean, they'd never have hired me. I don't have experience in publishing. I'm an academic, right? So I wouldn't have got the job in the first place. But because it belonged to us, because we had been people who ran a charity, when it did eventually merge into the university for all kinds of reasons, we have the kind of passion and conviction to be able to sort of take that message back to our senior management team to make that case for ongoing investments. Okay, so this does follow on from Ross's talk. I've been doing a few workshops recently amongst academic colleagues, particularly when they're doing a kind of ref annual progress monitoring event and they're doing an away day. I was in Portsmouth a couple of weeks ago and I was asking them if they could name the world's the highest revenue generating publishers in the world. Actually, they did pretty well. But if you do this workshop with doctoral students, they won't have heard of a lot of these organisations. For about 6 years, it was the RELX Group, which obviously owns Reed Elsevier. Last year, so this dates back to the financial year 24-25, so we're kind of a year past these financial data. It was overtaken by Thomson Reuters. But if you just take the top, I included 23 so that we could see another university press. If you take sort of the top 20, a large proportion of these globally leading companies are academic publishers. Springer Nature there, Wiley, Informa, which runs Taylor and Francis, Cengage, which sells these big kind of subscriptions and access, CUP, and so on. And the numbers are astounding. They are bringing in revenue So Thomson Reuters brought in revenue of $6.4 billion, RELX $6.1 billion. And as Sarah was saying, they don't see themselves as publishers. They don't present themselves as publishers. They're not even content. They're not even selling kind of academic content. They are really just selling data, and then they are using those analytics to kind of monetize all of our work. You might be familiar with Hargreaves Lansdown, which is the kind of leading, what do you call it, like investment platform that people use for their pension funds and so on. They say this every year, so when I have to update the slide, I just go and get the latest quote, but it's basically the same quote. In 2024, RELX's operating profit was up by 10% to 3.2 billion. As Hargreaves Lansdown then says, this global competitiveness is due to its proprietary, hard-to-replicate data, much of which is derived, this is me now, much of which is derived from its vast academic journals portfolio. Hard to replicate data. So they own, that we all sign our copyright transfer agreements as academics. Many of us, particularly if we haven't been to training sessions, don't even realize what a CTA actually means. We think, oh, I'm signing a contract. I'm so excited. I'm going to get published in my favorite journal. And then academics get upset when they hear about all the, the AI licensing agreements. I'm particularly interested by RELX because they've actually refused to license their proprietary data to AI, and instead they're taking the approach that they are going to build their own in-house AI, which I think will be more successful longer term. So they recently, in the last month, they acquired French large language model. And of course, RELX focuses particularly on data and analytics that help kind of make informed management decisions in public healthcare settings, in legal professions, as well as using research in STEM and so on. We published an article by a colleague who wishes to remain anonymous. I forget when this was, it's about 2 months ago, wasn't it? We called it Infrastructure Landlords, the Rentier Capitalism of Commercial Academic Publishers. It's a fantastic piece. It's available on our OLH website if you haven't read it yet. And as we were kind of copy editing it and putting it together, it reminded me of this pyramid diagram that I was taught when I was an undergraduate student, learning all about Marxism and capitalism. And just a classic kind of late 19th century illustration of the people who generate all of the value in society struggling at the bottom, and then obviously reaching up towards the tiers of the officer class and the monarchy and the managerial class resting on the back of that labour. And I just started to think, when you show those previous slides to academic colleagues, many of them, don't realise just how much money there is in publishing. I'm going around asking library friends and colleagues, why are we not allowed to talk about library budgets to our academic faculties? Like, why are we not allowed to say to them, do you realise 60% of our entire annual budget has to be spent on 5 publishing agreements for journals? Forget about books, forget about, student experience, forget about estates, these buildings that cost a lot of money, forget about staffing costs. That is just that, renting back research, as Ross said, that we produced that was primarily funded by taxpayer money. Academics need to wake up to this reality. I'm not blaming academics, I am an academic. People are extremely stretched and stressed, but I think when you start showing them these figures, they are very shocked. And when we start realizing we do have agency in this moment, we do have the power to change our publishing decisions and our behaviors. We have the power to just stop publishing in certain places. And of course, we're part of a large global movement, including all of the OIPA colleagues here today, but I've just included some of the open infrastructures and the open access publishers. These are the ones particularly that I know and I work alongside. We have an enormous amount of expertise, and I think the difficulties of this financial crisis in the HE sector is very unevenly distributed. It is true that our colleagues in North America are struggling a lot. They are also having massive redundancies, budget cuts, they're losing labs, they're losing guaranteed funding. The Trump administration has cut a lot of things. It's affecting colleagues in Europe, but it's affecting people in different ways. So I really think we have to build on our international collaborations, because if you can build a more resilient investment or funding model across national borders, it's one way of trying to protect ourselves against local issues where you've lost staff, you've lost budgets, or the research isn't coming through because researchers aren't writing as much research because they're not there anymore, or they've lost their research part of their contract and they've been forced onto teaching contracts. So just to sort of finish up with a bit about the Open Journals Collective. So the Open Journals Collective, we started working on this, I started working on this in about October 2024, and we launched, we soft launched at UKSG last year, and then we officially launched in January this year. And I think all of the things that I've learned and the colleagues who work alongside me at OJC have learned over the past decade in open publishing have made it possible for us to run OJC. So we've learned that there is only so much you can do at a university. There's only so much budget we will ever be allowed. There are all kinds of extraordinarily Byzantine bureaucratic rules. It's extremely hard to get management to decide on anything. I'm sure folks here who run a press will completely understand that if you try to get a decision out of a senior manager, you can go round the houses for months because no one wants to take responsibility for approving a budget on X or Y because the churn of senior management is so high that senior managers are only staying in their jobs for 2 or 3 years. They want to do something big and shiny in that short amount of time, and then they want to be promoted out of a situation after they've restructured and left things kind of in tatters. So actually, we have to think very seriously, and this is, I would say this to my PhD students, I would say definitely don't go into academic work right now. There aren't any jobs, and even if you get one, it's going to be miserable and extraordinarily difficult and precarious. I think we have to think more about what we can do outside of the university and how we move in and out of these institutional spaces. So setting up the Open Journals Collective as a community interest company, which is a non-profit, lightweight organisation. We've borrowed from the Open Book Collective and the years of work, partly funded by Arcadia, partly funded by Research England, that they had done in formulating collective governance models that are robust, that can work, that can protect our open infrastructures long-term from private acquisition. So we've been able to do that, and we will turn into a UK charity later on this year. We're 6 months into our investment campaign, and we have raised 1.38 million since the end of January. That sounds a lot. It's actually only just over half of what we need by December this year to be able to support nearly 300 journals across the arts and humanities, social sciences, but also the STEM subject areas. The best way to describe OJC, I think, is that it's sort of like an investment infrastructure that sits on top of pre-existing Diamond open access publishing. So it helps to fill in the gaps. It helps to address some of those funding gaps that we have, the things that mean that our Diamond journals are not sustainable because they rely to a very great extent on volunteer labour. They can't always afford professional services like typesetting, like paid copy editors or even indeed paid editorial staff. So OJC is trying to make it as easy as possible for libraries to invest in an alternative to those big deals, to those transformative agreements. And so it has been designed from the ground up by librarians. The idea was a librarian's. It was Chris Banks at Imperial, who I was talking to, and was saying what we really need is the equivalent to a big deal, but for all of the little Diamond publishing organisations, because it's so hard to get individual suppliers set up through procurement systems, and we just need something that's much larger scale. And as Ross was saying, we're in a terrible time of crisis, but there is also an opportunity. So I kind of show this slide to you to, for those of us who are getting kind of dribs and drabs of money, we might be getting a couple £100 a year if we're running memberships. There is money available. It's not easy. And the library directors who are investing are having to themselves make extremely difficult choices about budgets, about how they want to spend their money and how they want to spend it in the future. I think that's probably the end of, so just really to sum up, I think there are some very positive things that we can take from this experience and we can kind of collectively learn. I think we need to be more entrepreneurial. I think we need to stand up much more proactively to our senior management teams. We need to be extremely clear. We need clarity and we need evidence. And we need to make the claim of what it is that open institutional publishing can do. And we also need to kind of show them that this is a journey we are on with our library colleagues, with our academic faculty, and with our publishing and IT infrastructures and all of those support teams. We have to do this together. It's not possible to do this as an individual organisation. And my sort of relatively brief experience in my career is that scale is what makes these kinds of projects visible to other funding organisations, to partners internationally. We need that scale, and we cannot scale unless we do it all together. What is the COPIM scaling small? Scaling small, thank you. So scale doesn't mean a monolithic imposition of like one platform for everybody. It means we protect bibliodiversity, we figure out new business models that can sit in and alongside and within the cracks of all of our organisations. It means that we are much more resilient, against things like cyber attack. We've already heard, I think Jane, you mentioned, the frequency within which these universities and institutions and libraries are being attacked is extraordinary. People don't talk about it, obviously. Some people, some universities try and pretend it never happened. But it's actually not safe for us to keep our journals and our books and all of our data within these university systems. They are extremely vulnerable, and the infrastructure is deprecating. So we are safer if we build our own open infrastructure outside of the university system, whilst we figure out how we manage our roles within the university system. So yeah, that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Fabulous, thank you everybody. So we have some time. Anna Maria's not here, right? Okay, that's fine. Do we have any questions in the meantime? Anybody? Can't see. I'm in a blinding light. Yes. Yeah,
I'm Sarah, I work at Sussex supporting online distance learning students. I'm interested to know, if anyone knows, has there been an increase in like citations and stuff from open access resources that would be a good bit of evidence to point under academics' noses and stuff? But it's typically really obvious. I haven't actually looked at it myself, I know I could, but it just occurred to me whether there's been any work on that or anything really good that we can help promote to our academics.
Yeah,
I can take that. There's been lots of research on that. Cambridge University Press demonstrate that. MIT Press demonstrate that for open access books. There's like a 3 times citation booster if your work is open versus if it's in a closed book for kind of comparable books. So in terms of downloads, in terms of... Now here's the thing, within citations for books, this was research from Curtin University, the COKI project, Curtin Open Knowledge Initiative, COKI. It's not just a citation boost, but if you look within that, it's the diversity of institutions from which the citations are coming from. And there's an obvious mechanism for that, because if it's a subscription resource, then only a certain smaller set of universities have access to that resource. Whereas if it's an open access resource, then all the world's universities have access to that, or even retired academics and amateur sleuths and people like that. So there's a real mechanism, and yeah, you can see it in the numbers. So you do have an evidence base. I'd be very happy to provide you more information afterwards.
okay. Yep.
Just over a month ago at the British Library, I attended the RL UK Symposium, Repositories Symposium, and that's a group of people who are very much interested in this space as well. They think they're the solution, the open solution to everything. Very disparage of all kinds of publishers think they're barely necessary. And I just wonder how within the university world, university presses are competing with university repositories for attention from vice-chancellors, budgetary claims, everything. Or whether there's an alliance between you.
My team's looking at me down there. I don't think there's not a competitiveness, and I would say that an institutional repository like an open press, they're very straightforward things to explain. Our vice-chancellors understand what they are and what they do. The difference, I would say, is potentially about curation. So a press can meaningfully curate what it takes in. A repository has a very different purpose, and I think work needs to happen, and I think the repository world acknowledges this. Work needs to happen on how, on institutional repositories and how they can potentially curate the material that they hold, because at the moment they are so different, disparate and diverse across institutions.
Because they also argue for the publish, curate, review model,
Yes.
which means
Yes.
they think publishers don't need to exist at all.
Yes, yes. I mean, there's definitely alliance, not competition.
Yeah, if I could jump in on that, I think the lines between publishers and repositories are blurring. And now with like overlay models and PRC, it's extremely blurred. You can have a publisher organizing the peer review, but the manuscript is made available through a repository or a preprint server. And you've got to remind yourselves that a preprint server is a specialized type of repository. So if you're thinking preprint servers are one thing and repositories are another, no, they're one and the same thing. So all the lines are blurring. And another important point here is when we talk about green and gold open access, that whole conversation gets blurred as well. So I'd really like it if we could move away from the rainbow of OA kind of thing. It's not helpful because there are types of publishing like overlay publishing that are green and gold because they're leveraging existing repository infrastructure to do what is in other terms gold open access publishing, where it's immediately open at the publisher, even though the publisher is at the repository, you know. So green and gold no longer works anymore. We've got to talk about what we're actually doing and use different language.
Yeah, if I could follow up about, you know, we don't need publishers anymore. When we first launched OLH, we wanted it to be a mega journal. So we were inspired by PLOS ONE, and so it was going to be a mega journal for humanities and social sciences. And we convened a board, you know, an advisory board of experts internationally recognised in their field. And it became very clear quite quickly that that wouldn't work in our subject areas, which is humanities and social sciences. And so we started to realise that the only way to kind of grow the movement of opening up, persuading people to, you know, to publish with a new entity, which nobody knew, it didn't have prestige or anything like that, was to target the journals and to move the journals across and become effectively a journals publisher. And I spent a long time thinking about that, the way in which journals basically represent the research community that sits behind them, that underpins their work, that supports their early career researcher, that does the conferences, that, you know, supports their research conversations, provides the peer reviews and so on. So I think it is true that journals increasingly don't need a publisher. And I'm curious to see whether an organisation like OJC, which is composed of various publishers and other members, could support more self-publishing journals if it provided a bit more infrastructure, a bit more funding and support for publishing services, things like getting your DOIs or access to typesetting or, you know, all the kind of bits and pieces. So yeah, it remains to be seen. I mean, I would still argue very strongly that in this room we are all providing extraordinary value in terms of our editorial and curatorial expertise and that, you know, personal small relationship with authors. But the journal as the community is the thing that I really think can't be broken. And I wonder with the ORE platform in Europe, I know they've struggled up till now to get submissions. Perhaps we're on a cusp of that changing, but it's very hard to just build a platform and expect researchers to submit their work to it if it doesn't have something that attracts them.
But rather than talking about Europe, I think we should be looking to Latin America. I think the Red Elite model, I think, is really interesting because there they really do provide funding for the services that are necessary to do publishing, for the XML transformations, for the minting of DOIs. And they host a huge number of communities, mostly in social sciences and humanities, on this Red Elite platform. And maybe that's something we should think about more here in Europe.
Question?
Pat Gordon-Smith from UCL Press. It just so happens that yesterday we had a presentation from our OA team manager, who obviously managed all of the uploads to the repositories. They managed the green and gold. And they did show, I mean, obviously a huge amount going into the UCL repository. But what they did also talk about was that much higher visibility of everything that's coming out of UCL Press than anything in the repository. So we certainly felt that we had a very immediate, you know, very positive message about that. But I would say also in agreement with Ross that there is a blurring. In fact, the second that you talk about curating a green repository, you're into publishing. Publishing is curation. And yes, obviously we talk about distribution as well, but one would hope that you know, you'd be able to do all of that. And I've always felt that OIPA is very much about spreading the word of how to publish to people who, you know, in universities, in the libraries, perhaps don't have their own press, but can actually start doing the business of getting the word out there.
What one down here? Just here.
Hi, we've got one online from Tom Grady at Copham. He says, some very sobering figures and points made by the panel this morning. Thanks for not sugarcoating it. For those of us working on OA projects, do you have any tips for how to stay positive about the future in the face of so many challenges?
Well, yes and no. I think Caroline's point actually about we do have to face the music here, and Jane's saying the same thing, right? We are looking at devastation in higher education. Nearly 50% of UK universities in financial deficit, 1 in 4 courses closing, predicted 10,000 job cuts a year. I mean, it's horrific. And when you're in one of those institutions which is really struggling, which I am, you know, it's what you were saying, that the management turnover is eye-watering. The comms is lost, the continuity is lost. There is really no one sometimes to advocate to, and that's quite scary. But your point, which is, you know, we may need to build some of our infrastructure externally. When we were at UP Redux, I was talking about that too. Is I say there is a point at which you have to hold a certain amount of that quality and value in trust for an institution that cannot hold it itself.
Yeah.
Now, OIPA is set up to do that collectively. We have some shared infrastructure. We have these amazing initiatives. We're going to need to build more of that infrastructure externally in order to protect what we produce internally. Now, that's a situation we haven't found ourselves in before. And I think to do it effectively, we all have to not be too coy or fey about things that might be institutional and not institutional, because we tend to refer to the institutional as the trusted, and to a very large extent it has been. But when institutions are in decline and they are failing, they are chaotic, you know. And I think some of that trust, it's something publishers have always held, right? That's what we've always done. It's like we have to do that kind of sometimes semi-independently, which is why I was so interested in what you're saying about OLH.
I agree. You've said it much more articulately than I think I did. I think the other problem that we face is university presses and library publishing programs have been under extraordinary pressure in recent years to generate income. So they are perceived, even if that is completely fallacious and symbolic, to be income generating cost centres. So it's no accident that OLH was moved from an academic department into a new centre for innovation and commercialisation. So our university expects a return, and they expect us to be producing a surplus. And my job, as we were talking about, where does the surplus go, is to fight tooth and nail to protect that surplus and make sure that that is reinvested back in our staff and our technology. And so, you know, in the old days, it was fine. You could have deficit departments. You could have history or classics or, you know, theology not bringing in enough student FTE income because business, management, law were making all the money. That's not the case anymore. When you've got business, management and law losing student income, everybody is fucked. There's no way around that. Everyone is fucked. So it's too dangerous. This moment, we cannot allow our incredible expertise and our community and our publishing services to face the chop by managers who don't understand and do not recognise the value of what we do. They don't understand the licenses. They absolutely don't understand the technology. It's too dangerous. We cannot allow that to happen, and we will not allow that to happen. And I think that we have to figure out ways, you know, and it's an opportunity today for us to think, what could OIPA do? You know, how could OIPA be that lifeboat in this, you know, in this moment of crisis where we will be losing colleagues? Next 12, 24 months, people won't be in this room.
Yeah. Can I just get, although I was very down and depressed when I gave my presentation, actually I don't feel down about open presses, and I don't, because it's very easy to explain to senior managers what it is, what it does, and its power. And I've actually, I mean, we've had our open press for a fair few years, and I think it's getting easier because of the crisis. Our academics are looking at those figures that you put up there. They are pushing us as part of the Sussex Community Plan to move towards non-profit. So there's a lot of stuff that's hideous, but actually, in terms of the open press and openness, I am very positive about that. But in order to get to there, there are casualties, and it's not nice.
As I said in my presentation, every crisis is an opportunity.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I've been waiting for years for UK libraries to actually cut some of these big deals.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now it's actually finally happening. Yeah. So I think you've really got to be asking library directors, where is that money being reallocated? Yeah. When they cut Elsevier, where does that money get reallocated to? When they cut Springer Nature, where does that money get reallocated to? Make sure that it's going to good places. Yeah. Whether it's funding staff or whether it's funding the support of OIPA publishers, Open Journal Collective, Open Books Collective, make sure that that money is appropriately reallocated.
And emphasise the savings, because we know that of those cut budgets, of those savings from cancellations, we know a chunk has to go back to the centre. It can't, there is a chunk that has to be delivered as a saving. So we have to emphasise that not only are we much better in terms of quality, we don't produce AI slop, but we are also much better value for money. It's an absolute no-brainer to senior managers. It should be.
It's also a great learning opportunity. If suddenly your university now doesn't have an Elsevier subscription, you suddenly learn that, like, oh, all this stuff is paywalled. I could swear I had access to this last year. Like, what's happened? Oh, this thing called open access. You know, so it's a great learning opportunity for some academics who still haven't quite got it yet. That there's a big problem.
Anna-Marie,
hello. Hi, sorry, I am late. It was my train. It was very delayed. Hi, hola, Anna-Maria Sihani. I am, I think, the academic voice, the researcher voice. I mean, of course, with Carol here. But yes, so I'm not going to present anything, but I'm very happy to add a couple of thoughts. I think that I joined in the very important moment of discussing, you know, the crisis and how the crisis kind of might be an opportunity. And yes, I do agree that we as academics, we're experiencing the hard phase of the crisis right now, with a lot of redundancies, budget cuts. We are going to hear a lot of funding cuts as well in the near future. And I think, that is a good opportunity for us, for the research, for the academic community, to question ourselves actually, why we are not publishing open access and what it really means to publish open access, both journals, but also most importantly books. And I think that, we are going to, get into kind of, self-reflection mode here and, ask ourselves again, these questions about what quality means. We tend to, confuse quality with visibility, which is often marketing. Mm-hmm. And I think that we are also going to question ourselves around metrics, citations, indexes, all these things that also apply for open access books and journals. They're proving that they're not the only measures of quality, and we are getting to see that they're with Hidden Ref, with Quora, we're having new measures of assessment of research quality. And I think this is a really important moment, and to bring all these different initiatives into the table and kind of reconsider what what is research quality means, what are the measures to, calculate quality, or, if we really need this type of things. And I think that we are also in a moment, I mean, I'm an early mid-career researcher, and I kind of find myself also in a kind of assessment label, in the sense that, we are seeing that, we are moving from a different path of career progression. So career progression is still shaped, by kind of linear, metrics-focused performances. And evaluation systems very, very rely on these things, but we see that this is also changing. We see that there are coming new ways to measure and to evaluate academic progression. And I think this is super interesting, to put this in the same discussion with models of publishing and ways of publishing. And I'm sure that, Caro, or the other panelists, they have mentioned that open access is not so much about, flipping the cost. It's mainly about, reflecting on the very infrastructure. So what is needed, both developing and maintaining this very infrastructure. And I think here also is a really important moment to bring again researchers in this discussion, and also funders, because I think that funders are still, mandating open access, most of them, for their grantees. But we also starting to see funders that are, abandoning, funding APCs, BPCs.
Which is good.
Which is good. I think this is super important. Most of my colleagues, the moment that they saw, for example, that Cancer UK or, Gates Foundation, cancel BBC, they said, oh my God, how are we going to fund, our research? This is good. It might have some, of course, challenging, effects in the near term, but it's definitely going to push the discussion in the right direction. And I think we as academics need to be aware of this, that, yes, most probably the first months, the first years might be challenging, but I will also see them as an opportunity for us, and also an important opportunity for the researchers to join this this movement that has been very, of course, it was very libraries, commercial publishers focused, but I think researchers, they have the opportunity right now to join. Very, very important moment.
Absolutely. I mean, outreach to academics generally, I think, is still an important part of what we need to do, isn't it? Thank you, Anne-Marie. Any other questions? Yes, at the back there.
Thank you. I'm Bernie from the Open Access Scholarly Publishing Association. I haven't quite, I'm going to try and be clear. It's all a bit muddled in my head what I'm about to say. I've got a question, and I welcome some reflections on this. So I'm going to start by saying some of my very good friends work for the big 5 publishers, okay? Get that out of the way. And there's cuts and there's a lot of redundancies going on in these publishers at the moment, and acquisitions, as you'll know. And behind the scenes, when I ask how people who've moved on or lost jobs, how's it been? I hear stories like it was brutal, like long-standing staff at a publisher acquired by another cut. So there's an interesting reflection going on there. So that's just be interesting if you've got any reflections on that. But also, the other, so what Wiley acquired Emerald, last week, whatever. Yeah. And I don't know if anyone reads James Butcher's journal. Yep. I can't say the word, his newsletter. But he has some interesting things to say. And one of them was, now with funders withdrawing from open access and AI offering new licensing opportunities, subscription journals are an appealing option again. And he said that because Emerald isn't a big OA publisher, and he was interested that Wiley had acquired it. Anyway, so that's an interesting move, I think. And I've heard from friends at the big publishers, some of them, we seem to be kind of, it's not a priority OA anymore. It seems to be, and they're not quite sure what the new priority is. When I ask, well, what are you focused on? It's, I don't know, quite AI-ish stuff, tech, but not OA. And it's just an interesting kind of thing going on in the background, I think. And my question is, also when I ask people, what do you do with authors? Because I've got friends who like community, they work with authors. And they're very much trying to sell the publisher brand. Stay with us, we'll do all of this stuff for you. And societies do that too. Yeah. And I'd be interested in what you think about that, because it seems to me an odd thing to do, because I don't think researchers care about publisher brands, do they?
They
Maybe
do.
They
do.
They
do. They do.
I just thought you'd choose the best journal, not,
No.
oh, they've been so good to me, I'll stay with X publisher. Anyway, I'll stop speaking. Thank you.
Ross.
Oh, wow, where do I begin? I think James Butcher really misrepresented what some funders are doing. Funders stepped away from paying APCs. They have not stepped away from a commitment to open access. Open access is about making your work freely available on the internet. That can be done via a repository. That can be done via Diamond open access journals. That can be done via rights retention. That can be done by a secondary publishing right. There are so many ways to do open access, not just via paying a £10,000 APC. Secondly, I'd like to comment on the Emerald acquisition. I think there's a real opportunity for OIPA members to be proud of doing publishing in the North, the kind of regional aspect of publishing for Manchester, publishing for Leeds, publishing in those places, not just having publishing concentrated in London and the South East. I think that's really important.
Yeah, thanks, Bernie. I'm really interested to know more from your friends and colleagues working for the Big Five. I sort of feel like, is there an opportunity, like Publishing Workers of the World Unite? Like, I'd like to highlight some of their stories actually, and find out what's going on. Yeah, I mean, yeah, academics care about brand. I was giving this workshop a couple of weeks ago, and I sort of got attacked by an academic in the room who was furious because the one Wiley journal that they edit is great. And I was like, it's not that they don't have some great titles; it's that they also have an absolutely horrendous business model.
Captured the great titles, and the point is we can flip them back to OLH.
So many of these journals were published at independent publishers that then got bought out, and I think you yourself have worked at organisations that then got bought out. Lots of people have.
Journals can be bought and sold just like a mug, you know?
Yeah, so to protect against that, so one of the things we're doing at OJC, which we've not had time to talk about or kind of advertise much, is establishing a new framework for journal stewardship. And this has actually been really controversial because we're international. We've got colleagues, a lot of colleagues in California, North America. We've got a lot of colleagues in Europe. They have completely different understandings of what it means to own a journal. So we're trying to steer a middle course by saying the community owns the journal. And from experience at OLH, we have to protect that against commercial acquisition into the future. By what legal mechanism? A lot of these communities, even these scholarly associations, they're not set up, they're not legally incorporated. They're quite often just a volunteer-led, they have a name and a website and that's it. They don't even have a bank account. So actually, we have to think very carefully about a much broader kind of robust infrastructure. So is an organisation like, I don't know about OBC, Joe's over there, or OJC, are we going to be holders of that sort of stewardship in legal terms? Do we have a kind of agreement, a framework, a document that somebody signs? Well, I mean, we do have in our publishing membership agreements a clause in the contract that if your journal if your journal is ever sold or changes publisher in the future, you have to reapply to get the funding. So if De Gruyter buys out your publisher, which has happened, you're not guaranteed funding, and actually we won't accept the new publisher because they don't meet our criteria for being a non-profit. So I do think we have to really think long and hard about these community frameworks, and that argument between the kind of the Plan S wing in Europe and the kind of IP copyright position in the US has been extremely difficult to manage, if I'm honest. So it's just a lot of meetings. It's a lot of meetings late at night because of the time zone difference. It's a lot of arguments. It's a lot of track changes and documentation. It's the long, hard work of trying to set new community standards and make sure that they are robust enough for going into the future.
Brilliant. I think that's a good place to stop unless there's go. Yep.
How do we cope with scalability of smaller presses and services if researchers want to move to us? Can we cope with it?
This is a really good question. I can start answering as a researcher. I think that, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that the more researchers understand the benefits of open access publishing, for their monographs as well, or for the edited volumes, I think the more they're going to need and they're going to ask for, open book publishing options. So I'm not going to speak as a publisher. I'm going to speak as a researcher. I think it's really important, to make sure that, you are aware of, the framework around open access publishing. So it's the same, or even like it's a lot of work from a researcher. You have the same work to do. You have to write the book. You have to edit the volumes. Most probably it will go, no, I think all the time, it will go through peer review. You need to submit the proposal. So the process is exactly the same. So from a researcher point of view, it's a very rigorous process. So you need to follow, you need to be, very aware of, what the press has there for you, and also establish this trust relationship with your publisher. We're very lucky to publish with University of London Press, small publisher, but like ambitious. I think that, this is me as a researcher. I want to hear also the publisher, or other people that they could comment on this, whether the necessary steps from publishing.
So is the question partly about capacity?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's an interesting question, because I mean, one of the reasons why you might keep your subsidy as a small press is because it stays small, right? So what do you do when your production budget goes up because the number of people who want to publish with you? And that's where we need this kind of collectivism, right? It's where we really need to be even closer tied to each other in order to circulate some of that material amongst ourselves. And we have to think that, that's where we really need to think about, where is that boundary between our identity and our collective identity. Yeah, and we've got to do that work, I think.
Yeah, am I allowed a super
Quick
follow-up? Yeah, so OLH is a really interesting example here, because we get so many journals wanting to move to OLH that we don't have the budget for, but we also don't have the capacity in our team, and we don't want to destroy our team by trying to hire loads of people, and it doesn't work out, and it destroys something that's really working well. So joining these larger organisations starts opening up really interesting questions. What kind of additional services? Because it is already quite entangled. We have people sharing hosting services, people co-branding publishing services across countries, across different university institutions. There are so many interesting partnerships we can leverage. So one of the things we're trying to do at OJC is build up software engineer capacity. So we've got software engineering teams that work for various organisations, many of them represented in this room. We're building up a pool of that kind of talent and availability, so that when we take on journals that don't know how to publish openly and they're going to need migration, they're going to need help, we can basically do a kind of jobs posting board, like you get TaskRabbit or something. You pop up and say, I need a developer to do this amount of work. We provide the funding, we introduce you to the developers, or they bid for it or something. We need systems like that. And actually, you think laterally outside of publishing. This is how a lot of cooperative community movements are organised outside of academia. So why don't we learn from how they do it?
Yep. Okay, we need to stop. But thank you all very much indeed. It was a very interesting conversation.
Thank you.
Everyone, my name's Laura. I'm the editorial manager for OPUS, which is the open press here at Sussex. We're going to move straight into our lightning talk session now. So this is a feature that OIPA launched in the symposium in 2024 as a way of our members kind of giving us quick updates on what they've been working on, what's coming up, and it's been a really useful way of finding out what each of us up to. So we've got 3 lightning talks this morning, and then there's another session this afternoon with 3 more. I will introduce all the speakers. They'll come up and speak for about 5-10 minutes each, and then we've got some time for questions and conversation at the end. So first of all, we're going to have Dr. Simon Everett, who is Managing Editor of the Open Library of Humanities and has been with the OLH since 2021. As their editorial policy lead, he's overseen the consultation and drafting processes for the OLH's generative artificial intelligence policy, and he's going to tell us a little bit today about how they've developed this.
Hi everyone, it's really good to be here. Thank you for having me. So in January, the Open Library of Humanities published the first iteration of our artificial intelligence policy in response to the growing need for guidance on the use of generative AI in scholarly publishing for our 36 Diamond Open Access journals. Producing a workable policy for all our journals has been a year-long undertaking, and in this presentation I'll cover the process of what was undertaken to draft and implement our AI policy, along with outcomes following its release. So I want to begin by thinking about generative AI's growing ubiquity as it's integrated across software platforms, online applications, and how this perhaps obscures a fundamental concept about Gen AI. Agrawal, Guns and Goldfarb suggest in their 2024 article, generative AI is still a prediction machine, that thinking of computers as arithmetic machines is more important than most people intuitively grasp, because that understanding is fundamental to using computers effectively, whether for work or entertainment. As a warning, they state that failing to recognize that generative tools are merely prediction machines will lead to strategic missteps. The relevance of referring to generative AI models as prediction machines based on arithmetic can't be understated in relation to scholarly writing for authors and editorial practice for journals. Many in the publishing process make use of generative AI on a daily basis. Many without recognizing the fallibility of generative AI outputs, a strong reliance on them with little human oversight can cause extremely problematic outcomes for research integrity. With the best intentions, someone using a Gen AI-assisted tool could assume that the outputs are correct when they look well presented and coherent. A minor use of Gen AI to format references in a certain style, for example, seems like a straightforward use that won't introduce errors, but we shouldn't trust that. We shouldn't trust that this will be the case, even if Gen AI models being used have been trained on relevant data. So I wanted to frame this talk with the spectre of fallibility because it underscores the need for a publisher's AI policy. Here are just a few of the many reasons why we needed robust guidance on AI use at OLH. Some of our journals had already received manuscripts that contained incorrectly cited and misattributed works, and even non-existent works. This was a consequence of authors placing trust in Gen AI to format their work in a specific citation style while not checking its outputs. These cases resulted in malpractice investigations and in some cases article retractions. Authors, while being aware of generative AI's usefulness in research and writing, need a framework of how to use generative AI appropriately. In particular, what constitutes unacceptable uses of Gen AI as research malpractice. Without an AI policy in place, editors were unsure of the current best practice of Gen AI use. Prior to our policy, authors were not asked to provide any transparency about Gen AI use, which in some cases is necessary, especially if it affects research methods. The development of our AI policy was an opportunity for us to highlight our expectations for editors and peer reviewers to use Gen AI responsibly. While there are now far more reliable resources that publishers can draw upon, at the OLH we started from a place of trying to understand the core aspects of what Gen AI is and what it isn't. What can we do about its use and what we can't? We were led by the Committee on Publication Ethics guidance on AI authorship and AI tools, which states that AI tools cannot meet the requirements for authorship as they cannot take responsibility for the submitted work. As non-legal entities, they cannot assert the presence or absence of conflicts of interest, nor manage copyright and licensing agreements. COPE makes clear that authors are fully responsible for the content of their manuscript, even those parts produced by an AI tool. We also had to be realistic about what the OLH, as a small and not-for-profit Diamond Open Access publisher, can do to police Gen AI use. With limited resources, we can't rely on sophisticated AI models to detect AI use. These tools can give false positive results. detecting Gen AI use may also lead to the assumption that Gen AI use is not tolerated by OLH in any circumstances, which isn't our overall aim. Our focus needed to be on acceptable and responsible uses of generative AI, making sure that authors read our guidance and abide by it from an early stage. One second. In the spirit of OLH's community-led approach to OA publishing, our priority was to ensure that our journals were given time to comment on our proposed policy drafts. We wanted to ensure that as much feedback as possible was incorporated into our revisions. We initiated 2 rounds of consultation over the course of 2025. Roughly a quarter of our journals responded to our initial consultation with very detailed feedback. Overall, our editors were very pleased that we were taking time and care with the policy and that we would eventually be issuing guidance. The top concerns of our journals were the need to unify split definitions between AI tools and generative AI, as it wasn't clear that AI tools are also generative in their operation. Amending this was helpful in our later decision to separate minor and substantial uses of Gen AI. Our examples of how to declare major Gen AI use for authors didn't include more complex declarations as part of research methods, as it focused on Gen AI use for demonstration purposes and the use of Gen AI for specific isolated research purposes. There was concern that asking authors to declare all instances of Gen AI use, even minor uses, is not practical. Some authors may not know they have used generative AI for a minor purpose, or could consider it non-essential to declare minor uses such as assistance with phrasing. Editors felt that there was a lack of clarity about when and where an author should declare AI use. This would be important to get right to ensure that authors document and take responsibility for major Gen AI uses which affect an article's research methods. In response to the editorial consultation, our AI policy focuses on these main areas. The first is to trust the expertise and judgment of our editors to make editorial decisions on submitted articles. We provide guidance to assist editors with checking for hallucinated and incorrect references using established similarity checks to trace sources. However, final oversight and decision-making processes must remain with editors. We ask that editors do not use Gen AI to make decisions for them, only to assist with decision-making, which is in line with COPE guidance. Giving examples and templates, we ask for authors to provide a generative AI declaration statement for specific and known uses of Gen AI in their research that forms a central part of the article's argument and research methods to feature as part of their published article. Declarations are not required for minor uses of Gen AI. However, authors may still give these uses if they choose to, and this helps with editorial transparency. And we decided that both flexibility and extensibility of our policy are vital so that our 36 journals can add to our guidance where appropriate. One of our videographic journals, for example, is iterating on our policy to require declaration of Gen AI use in post-production for video scholarship. More broadly, making clear what is appropriate and what is not with Gen AI use is a strong foundation we hope to build on with future policy revisions. Since its release, our generative AI policy has been rolled out over 36 journals and is currently in operation. We've been fortunate that our in-house publishing platform, Janeway, can add a generative AI declaration statement field at the point of article submission. This enables us to direct authors to our policy so that they are made aware of it as they submit. What is pleasing to see is that our authors have actually been using this already, and I've put an image on this slide of an author's declaration statement from our flagship Open Library of Humanities journal. We've also been delighted with how positive the publishing community has been towards our AI policy. Most recently, we've been featured in the Library Publishing Coalition's AI Editorial Policy Guide as a publisher-level policy example. This robust and thorough document outlines processes for developing your own AI policy, and I'd really encourage you to read it. It's great. So to conclude, there are still ethical considerations for us to consider for our authors and journals, particularly around licensing and copyright. The UK government's recent proposals on AI and copyright reform were scrutinised by the House of Lords earlier this year, and of the many recommendations on Gen AI model training, the Lords suggested that a licensing first approach was a baseline for the UK, and it would be necessary to help protect against the works of authors being used in LLM training without consent. Our ability as an open access publisher to prevent works from being scraped for LLM training is limited until there is actually some legal clarity and precedents set by external sources. This is an open question for us as to what more we need to do to assist authors. So, I hope that this presentation has been useful. I've put a list of references on the slide, and I think that the slides are going to be shared after the symposium. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Simon. It wouldn't be a publishing event without us having to think about AI, but it's nice to see something robust and practical. So next up, we're going to have Paul and Sally from SUP talking about expanding the SUP offer. So Paul Clark is the editorial manager for Scottish Universities Press, SUP, where he's been since 2024. He started his career in academic publishing with Manchester University Press, where we worked together for a few years. And he's also been a freelance commissioning editor for Palgrave Macmillan. Sally McIntosh has been lead librarian at the University of the West of Scotland since 2020, and she has over 25 years' experience across education, academic and research libraries, and she is one of the original members of the SUP Management Board. You're welcome.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Paul Clark. I'm the editorial manager at SUP. This is Sally McIntosh, who's the lead librarian at UWS and a member of our management board. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about the development of the press and the expansion of the publishing offer from SUP. I'll provide some background and an update on how the books programme is developing. Very quickly run through that, and then Sally will give an update on the new journals pilot that's now underway. So a little bit about who we are. SUP is a library-led press. It's owned and operated by 20 academic libraries, mainly in Scotland. We also have the Open University and Queen's University in Belfast. And SUP was developed through SCURL, the Scottish Confederation of University Research Libraries, a membership body that supported collaborative initiatives across Scotland for over 30 years. And SUP is now a CIC, a community interest company, and each member of SCURL is now a member of SUP, Aberdeen being the last to join last year. There were 18 initially. And there are a range of institutions involved, including large research-intensive universities and smaller teaching-focused and specialist institutions, and a representative from each library sits on our management board, including Sally for UWS. Each member has an equal status and an equal say in the running of the press, and that sense of shared ownership has been a key component in the development of the press. The CIC structure ensures that we will always remain not-for-profit and able to serve the needs of the academic community. So some background, the SUP mission statement is to provide a clear and cost-effective route for researchers to make their work freely available to a global audience, meeting the requirements of funders and realizing the ambition to extend the impact of research across society. We wanted to make a shared solution where we pooled our resources and worked together rather than having each institution starting up their own press, for instance. It allows smaller institutions who don't have the resources to start their own publishing initiative to become involved. And SUP operates a subsidized model. Member libraries all contribute to running costs through a subscription, and we also receive many in-kind contributions, such as metadata provision and platform hosting. We're a gold OA publisher, so we ask for a BPC. We've got a book production charge that only covers the production of our books. It's usually paid by the host institution. This is much lower than average. We ask for £3,500 for up to 80,000 words, ranging up to 5,500 for over 100,000 words. We were initially open to proposals from staff attached only to member institutions, or at least to have one editor of an edited collection attached to a member institution. That's in any subject area, and initially it was only for monographs and edited collections. We've since gradually expanded our offering excuse me, to handbooks and textbooks and to staff affiliated with any UK HEI. The BPCs for the rest of the UK range from 5,500 up to 7,500, inclusive of VAT, or we don't actually charge VAT at the moment. They're higher, reflecting the subscription and the in-kind contributions from member institutions, but they're still significantly lower than the standard OA fees, which obviously can range from 8,000 to 15,000 before VAT. But we aim to be open and transparent with our costs, and we operate on a completely not-for-profit basis, and any surpluses will be reinvested in the press. So we have a few key dates from the development of SUP. The initial SCURL proof of concept was put together in 2019, and the management board was formed in 2021, initially with those 18 members. In 2022, the editorial board was formed. That's 14 board members there, made up from the member institutions, and we developed our workflows and financial model. 2023 was the first call for content. After that, we expanded our publishing offer to textbooks and handbooks in the rest of the UK. And the next step will be to expand into journals publishing. And we recently put a call out for expressions of interest, and they've been to the editorial board for consideration. And we should be able to put our first pilot into production next year. More about that from Sally coming up. Just to show you, these are the number of proposals that we've received from each of our member institutions. So, yeah, it just shows where our proposals have come from. There's Glasgow way out in front, obviously. I think the type of publishing that we're doing matches up well with the research at Glasgow. Also backed SUP significantly in terms of internal promotion and financially. Obviously, it also reflects that they have more money and they have more staff than many of our other members. And so far, we've received proposals from 13 institutions. So when SUP was formed, we weren't too sure what type of content would be put forward for publication. For a while, we had many more monographs, and most proposals were in the social sciences. That all seems to be evening out now, with social sciences still leading the way. We have one handbook. We'd sort of broadly define that. So obviously, it's more of a guide than the sort of Palgrave or Springer handbooks that are big meaty tomes. And we could probably categorize one or two more as handbooks as well. And the subjects are a real mix. I think anthropology and design are the main subject areas so far. Obviously, we remain open to any subject area. And these are the 4 books that we've published so far. This is the entire SUP back catalogue. We publish EPUB and PDF formats, freely available to download, as well as print-on-demand hardbacks and paperbacks, all available simultaneously. And print is priced very reasonably, around £50 and £30. The first book there, Conversations with Tim Ingold, was published in 2024. The next 2 books were last year, and we published 1 book so far this year. And just to show you what we have planned for the next few years, we have 10 books planned for publication this year, 1 publishing next month, 7 more are now in production. So it's a strange position where we have twice as many books in production as we've actually published. Doesn't happen very often. Hopefully it'll never happen again. Should be 1 more book going into production that should publish this year. So obviously going from 1 book to 10 books in a year in a short space of time is unusual. It will be a peak. We won't sustain this level. The amount of books coming in now probably reflects the first wave of commissioning activity and garnering some attention. And obviously I came on board as the commissioning editor part-time a couple of years ago. So yeah, that's drummed up a bit more interest that we're now seeing the fruits of. It will take us, a few more years to get back to this level. So currently 6 for next year, 2 for the year after that, and obviously we are signing up more books all the time. And so our forthcoming books, these are just some of them due for publication in the near future. The range of subjects, many of them do still have a Scottish focus. Obviously, we're not just limited to that. Simon Carroll's book is the next one to be published. Conversations with George Patterson is in the style of our first book, the Conversations with Tim and Gold. Hopefully that might become a fully fledged series in the future. And one that I'd like to draw your attention to is New Voices on Adam Smith's Politics, Philosophy and Economics. That's an edited collection of chapters by early career researchers, and it's one that SUP is sponsoring, so there won't be any BPC for that one. The cost will be covered by reinvesting some of the revenue raised from print sales, general other income. Also, we obviously want to reinvest some of those funds in Diamond journal publishing. So on that note, I'll pass over to Sally.
That one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, so obviously up to now we've just been publishing in the book area, and that's expanding. But one of the things at the start of the press when it was set up a few years back was that it was always intended to cover a whole range of different publishing types. And there has been a lot of demand within the institutions for it to expand into journal publishing. It sort of comes up every few months. It's like, when are we going to get to journals? When are we going to get to journals? So at this point, we think that, you know, as you can see from the books that have been published and that are in production, that has now sort of settled into a fairly stable position in terms of book publishing that has a continuing sort of momentum. But so we're now at the point where we're going to move into that area of journals. So we put out a call for journal proposals to member institutions at the beginning of this year. We had around a dozen potentials that were identified across the member institutions, and 4 actual full proposals were received to be the sort of starting point journal. At the same time, while that was going on in the institutions, the production team were looking at what the extra requirements were for actually doing journal publishing, because obviously there's other things to think about that are not necessarily required for book publishing. And the decision was made to take a pilot approach because of the range of sort of complexity of what extra things were involved in journal publishing. So the kind of extra areas that we needed to look at, which we thought were not quite the same as books, were around things like designing the procedures and policies and workflows for journals with that ongoing status rather than the one-off book publishing situation. The extended peer review requirements, so not just for a single manuscript, but for a whole range of manuscripts, and a continual flow of manuscripts coming through for articles. What the licensing option decisions are going to be, what we'll actually have in terms of choices for researchers for the licensing of the individual articles within the journals. What the hosting options are and where the space requirements are. So where is that going to be? What kind of technical background systems are we going to use to do that? And how scalable the funding model is that we were thinking of. So the pilot is aiming to scope out the sort of long-term viability of providing journal publishing services, and with the full range of services. So is that going to be something that we can actually do on a diamond basis with no direct costs and so on? And that's something that we're not sure whether that is going to be the case or not, which again is a reason why we're taking a pilot approach to this. Ideally, the cost of the journal publishing will be cross-subsidised, so from income from memberships and potentially from book publishing, because we are starting to see interest in book publishing from outside the member institutions, which have, because of the membership model, higher costs are required for people who want to publish with us that are not within the membership. And the idea is that some of that will be then fed back into the journal publishing operation. We're sort of acknowledging that the pilot may show that the running costs
might need to be met partially by the institutions that are doing the publishing of the journals. But we have agreed that there'll be no cost to the institution for the pilot journals for at least 3 years to encourage people to actually submit proposals to do that. So what we're aiming to do from this point of view is to offer the full service publishing model based on the bulk publishing operation that we currently have. So all the things like copy editing, typesetting, dissemination, advertising, the design, all of those kind of things. We want to try and deliver continuity with the hosting arrangements and commercial journal publishing experiences so that they're at least as good as what is in place with other publishers. So that we were talking earlier about people wanting to actually publish with open access publishing. We're hoping that we can demonstrate to researchers that the service that they'll receive and what they'll get will be at least as good as what they would get from a commercial operation, to encourage some of them to take that step that they might not do at the moment. And we're aiming to use that Diamond open access model. So the offer that we're putting to editors from this point of view is that all of the articles will be fully open access and therefore freely open to a global audience from the point of publication. Obviously, that's what we're all about in terms of the open access thing, but we're trying to make this clear to editors that that's what they will get by putting their journal with SUP. That will negotiate the contracts with the individual editors to recognise the diversity of journal publishing models that there might be, and that we're going to follow industry standards. So we're making it clear to them that it will be as good as what they would get elsewhere. And at the moment, recognising that the kind of rights and responsibilities that will be required will be different for different journal titles in different subject areas. So one of the things, as you'll have seen from what Paul was saying about the book publishing, is that is all within the social science and humanities area at the moment. And some of that demand is coming from subjects outside that area, so things like business and agriculture and STEM subjects and so on, who are looking for more article-based publishing. So some of that might be very different from some of the social science and humanities requirements that there are, but we're definitely aiming to offer them at least a level of service that is effective as wherever they are publishing at the moment. Yeah. Oh, yes, yeah. So the quick bit that we need to do is appoint a new SUP journal editor, and the advertising for that closed at the weekend. Review and evaluate the pilot with a view to refining processes. We are having one journal in the pilot, so we're starting small to build up, and also continue to increase the book publishing alongside that, and particularly training and support for researchers to encourage proposals from early career researchers and less research-intensive institutions to make sure that, from a membership point of view, it really works for everybody, even if the numbers of proposals at the moment are currently low. So that is us. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Paul and Sally. I was about to say it sounds a good example of scaling small, but if you've got 10 books this year, maybe it's not scaling too small. So finally, we have Simon Bowie from Edinburgh Diamond, who will be talking to us about small changes, open source software for publishing. Simon is the open source software developer focused on community-owned and scholar-led open publishing infrastructures. Works for the University of Edinburgh, supporting and developing open publishing infrastructure as part of Edinburgh Diamond, and for other partner institutions as part of SCALE.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. Hello. Even in open publishing, where attention is usually paid to licensing concerns, proprietary software is widely used. Despite the wide availability of free and open source software capable of fulfilling every task in a publishing workflow, we remain embedded within the commercial, proprietary software ecosystems which are often imposed by our neoliberal universities. We write documents in Microsoft Word, store research data in Microsoft Excel, have meetings on Zoom, share meeting minutes in Microsoft SharePoint, typeset publications in Adobe InDesign, deposit work in Pure, and search library catalogues in Ex Libris Primo. We continue to use these proprietary applications despite their widely publicised failings. There are memes about how Microsoft Word can't deal with moving an image a few pixels over, and how Microsoft Excel struggles with storing and formatting dates. Proprietary software like Zoom and Microsoft 365 are increasingly stuffed with LLM and generative AI features that no one actually wants and that just get in the way. On top of the technical failings, I'd argue that we should be led by our values and we shouldn't work with companies complicit in genocide. The Palestinian BDS National Committee describes Microsoft as perhaps the most complicit tech company in Israel's apartheid regime and ongoing genocide against 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza. Microsoft provides technology directly to the Israeli military and is a priority target for boycott and divestment. Plenty of good reasons then to stop using proprietary software, but especially if we're working in areas of open publishing. If our goal is more ethical and inclusive publishing practices, then we need to consider the software that we use for that. Openness isn't about what license we publish work under. Openness is a practice, an approach to our work and to the world and each other that requires embedding open values throughout our processes. We should use software that align with those stated values. When I worked as part of the COPIM community building infrastructures for open access book publishing, we summarized this idea in the principle of no open access without open infrastructure. I now work on Edinburgh Diamond and Skirl's open community hosting, where I support infrastructure for open publishing initiatives across Scotland, including SUP, as it happens, and as much as possible, we use open source software for our community-led open publishing. Fortunately, University of Edinburgh's IT department has a good approach to developing in-house using open source infrastructures, but I recognize that changing software practices is not always easy, especially embedded within institutions that impose IT restrictions on us and have a general proprietary software culture. I have never personally paid a subscription to Microsoft 365, but that doesn't mean I don't end up using SharePoint and Teams at work. In the face of this monolithic corporate culture, changing the software that we use in universities can seem insurmountable. But in a way, we're well positioned in community-led open publishing, that as a relatively newer function in universities, we may have more latitude over our practices than other areas like traditional library functions, which are more embedded in existing commercial structures. So I'm suggesting making one or two small changes to your publishing workflow just to try something new. This small changes approach to open software is inspired by Zed Coltman's paper on the Queer Liberation Library in the USA and how small acts often make a huge difference. Coltman outlines a number of small actions that the Queer Liberation Library undertook, small functions on their website like an escape button, and how these accumulate into disproportionately impactful outcomes for their users, particularly important in light of the US neo-fascist assault on LGBTQ+ people. Divesting from companies like Microsoft or Elsevier is the long-term collective goal, but as small presses, we can work towards that by making small changes to what we do and encouraging our colleagues to do the same. So publishing starts with writing. LibreOffice is the gold standard alternative to Microsoft Office. It is a full-featured desktop Office suite that does everything Microsoft Office does, but is free and open source. The word processor component is basically a straight replacement for Microsoft Word on the desktop. So if you want to write and format documents with an interface that looks like Microsoft Word, this is a simple way to do so. LibreOffice also has spreadsheet software to replace Microsoft Excel, presentation software to replace Microsoft PowerPoint, and other software for the other Microsoft Office applications. I personally prefer a simpler interface for writing. I think word processors like Microsoft Word and Google Docs encourage a myopic focus on formatting and print rather than the content of text. So for both long form and short form writing, I recommend Zetler, a free and open source writing application built with Zettelkasten in mind. Zetler offers everything you need from a writing application without the cruft of Microsoft Word or even LibreOffice. You can write text through a minimally intrusive user interface and with the minimal formatting provided through Markdown. This is great for long form, as you can concentrate on writing without worrying about fonts or paragraph breaks or text spacing or words annoying invisible punctuation. But it's also great for short form notes, as Zetler lets you build internal links between texts to build a Zettelkasten, referencing back and forth between notes in an associative web. This is similar to Obsidian, which is another short form writing application, but Zetler is open source. Moving from writing to typesetting, Scribus is a free and open source typesetting application that works in the same way as Adobe InDesign, but without the extortionate subscription fees. It handles layout of documents and books, fonts and character styles, and allows export of files in various formats, including several flavors of PDF. Scribus can be a little finicky. It's a fussy little application, but I followed a tutorial on YouTube that helped me understand the basics, and I've been able to typesort documents and even a whole book with it. And they end up looking really good when they're exported. Most pleasingly, the Scribus developers emphasize that the software keeps you in control of your data. It doesn't use a proprietary file format and instead saves your files in simple XML, which means that it's easy to get text out or share files between applications. Once your publications are typeset, you need somewhere to publish them. That's where platforms like OJS, OMP, or Janeway come in. These open source journal and book publishing platforms are widely used for open publishing in academia, so I won't linger on them, but it's worth emphasizing how robust and easy they are to use. All this software is great for traditional publishing, but maybe you or your authors want to branch out into more experimental forms of publishing. As part of COPIM and Open Book Futures, we developed the Experimental Publishing Compendium, which is a guide to experimental publishing and a catalogue of tools that can be used for this, and also publish experimental books. Every tool listed in the compendium is open source, and this therefore provides a handy list that you can browse through to find software that meets any experimental need. To get started with experimental publishing, Manifold and Jupyter Notebook are both great tools for publishing enhanced or multimedia books. Manifold is published by University of Minnesota Press and allows you to publish books that include a range of digital media, such as video, audio, images, downloads, data visualizations, or additional PDFs. It's a user-friendly way to develop a rich multimedia book. Jupyter Notebook is a little more complex and geared towards STEM, but it allows the author to develop a computational book that features text alongside interactive code, data visualizations, etc. On one of our COPIM pilot projects, we paired Jupyter Notebook with Quarto, which is a publishing system that lets you automatically create static PDFs or dynamic websites from Jupyter Notebook files. If we start small by replacing Microsoft Word with LibreOffice or Adobe InDesign with Scribus, then we can build on that. Maybe you can find other alternatives. Kmeet instead of Zoom, Mattermost instead of Slack, Stowe instead of Discord. If you get used to using open source software and advocate for using open source software in open publishing, you build a case for how practical, cost-effective, and ethical it is to use open source rather than proprietary software. As these small changes build, we can move towards larger goals like divestment from corporate software providers like Microsoft, Google, Elsevier, or Ex Libris Group. We need to embed values-led open source software in our open publishing processes. Open source should be linked in our minds with open access. That's acting on our values. That's allowing us to take back control of our technology from the corporations who are exploiting us. Thank you.
There we go. Thanks, Simon. That was fantastic. We've got a couple of minutes, so I think we will see if there's any questions online, first of all. No? Okay, great. We've got one in the room here.
Hi there, Gareth Johnson, University of Warwick. Fabulous talks, all of you. Thank you very much. My question is to Simon. Really, one of my thoughts about, I love these open source, platforms, etc. But on my work system, everything's locked down. I can't install these things without going through an awful lot of hoops and in often being told, no, you just can't do this. What's your advice about getting around that, or are there arguments I can make to my IT services that, you know, these are really good things you should be thinking about?
Yeah, I think it comes down to starting small, like I've described. You know, you can make a case for one piece of software to help you do publishing, for example. You say you need to use, we need to use OJS or OMP or Janeway because they're like best in class for publishing academic work. Once you make the case for that open source software, that hopefully opens the door to do other things or try other things. Alternatively, you just go rogue and, you know, install open source software on your own PC and start using that, much to university IT's chagrin, I'm sure, if you're doing actual work on it. But yeah, hopefully a small changes approach opens the door for wider stuff later
on. We've got time for one super quick question, if it's something for the whole panel that we can all chip in on. Yeah, one just here, thank you.
Hi, I'm Emily Carter from the University of Southampton. I had a question, it's more of a challenge. So it was something to do with what you were saying in the presentation from the Scottish Universities Press. And we were using terms like service and wanting to replicate the commercial model and listing a load of services that were included in that model. And I just wondered why? Why is it that we want to replicate those services and why those specific services in our publishing as open institutional presses?
If I could ask everyone to give maybe a 1 or 2 sentence answer to that, and then that's a great way to lead us into continuing over lunch.
Yeah, I think from our point of view, the reason for doing that is because we recognise that some academics are nervous about moving across to an open press, and therefore by offering the services that they're used to, that will get rid of any fears of moving. Whether in the future we look at what's actually required and what are the best services that we do want to continue and what might be done elsewhere is something for sort of future development. But at the moment, it's trying to just encourage people to make the jump.
I guess we have a good startup mindset. I think we are open to experimentation, and yeah, I think going forward we will look at doing things differently. Yeah, I think that's a lot of that is led by the journals at this point. I guess we're kind of trying to guess what they're looking for. So yeah, ensuring that we compete with kind of what they're used to is kind of one of the main priorities at the moment.
I kind of think this chimes with a kind of small changes approach, because you're gradually easing academics into a different way of doing things by saying this is just a small change. All we're doing is changing, you know, where you're publishing rather than the whole process of publishing. As much as I would like to knock down academia and start again with a kind of fresh approach, that's not going to happen. So we need to move frustratingly slowly to get things done.
Hi, so I can kind of speak from my experience at OLH with journal migration briefly, because I'm quite heavily involved in it with the editorial and policy side. And I feel like asking journals who we are trying to either flip or migrate over to OLH, asking the editorial teams to potentially change the way that they work in some ways is quite a big ask. But in some ways, we have to sometimes ask them to change the way they're doing things, especially if they're coming from a big commercial publisher to then abide by COPE guidance, for instance. That's quite a big change. So we try and make it as seamless and gentle as possible, but we also have a great team that can advise on all these matters as they move across to us. So that's basically what I want to say.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Okay, we'll wrap it up there. There's been 3 amazing presentations that I think really showcase the way that OIPA Press's members are kind of making those small changes, but really getting things done and doing it in a kind of thought-through, grounded, politically engaged, ethically minded way. So thank you all. I've really enjoyed that. Please join me in thanking our 3 speakers. 4 speakers. 4 speakers.
Cool. All right, everybody, welcome back to our next session, the Lightning Talks, the second Lightning Talks of the day. I'm Emily Carter. I'm coming here from the University of Southampton, where we're setting up a University of Southampton Press, hopefully launching very soon. Welcome back to everybody and our online attendees. We have another 3 amazing Lightning Talk presentations, again with time for questions from our 3 speakers at the end. First of all, we have Dr. Gaz Johnston, currently the University of Warwick's press manager, speaking about the work he's doing to explore the scope of the press. Prior to his role, for many years, he was at Warwick's Institute of Advanced Study, leading an international editorial team as managing editor-in-chief of the Exchange's interdisciplinary journal.
Hello. I'm going to talk today about the project I've been working on for the past year, taking our long-established open access press and trying to find routes and models to regenerate it into something more effective, sustainable and professionalised. It's been a project which has embraced a smattering of landscape evaluation, ethnographic exploration and battling more than a few challenges too. What I want to share with you principally today, though, is a sense of what came before, the impetus for change, and what's been happening along the way, and some insights into what's next. So, to best appreciate our press and our current trajectory, I have decided to turn to the most elegant of metaphorical devices, Doctor Who. Don't worry, no deep geeky knowledge is required for this talk, though. Our foundational first incarnation began somewhat uncertainly in the mid-60s, with the creation of a small-scale, for-profit, print-based university press. Like William Hartnell's era, much has been lost since that time, so discovering quite what it achieved and why it went away has been tricky. Although I did uncover it was never quite a blazing success, nor latterly a major university priority, so eventually in the 80s and 90s it was shuttered. But the identity was retained by the university to be rejuvenated one day. Into our second incarnation, and perhaps our best-known one in 2013, and like Patrick Troughton, built on the original's reputation, but sought to do something different. This was our not-for-profit, open-access, community-led incarnation, and likely the one people will have heard about. Established and managed by the University Library, it was arguably never resourced to the level it perhaps needed. Indeed, it was a revelation to me last September to discover I was the first member of staff ever directly allocated to the press. And as a result, while it has published a few books and hosts around 10 journals today, never the success it could have been, especially in contrast to our comparators. As a result, there were calls for change, with our third incarnation representing a moment of transition. There were questions considering what we were publishing, how it was managed, and how it could be better configured, leading the library to realization that, like John Pertwee's Doctor, it was time for action. So in 2022, 2 local academics were appointed to research the press and its publishing context, leading to a research community survey, a workshop, but most importantly, the creation of a research report recommending a full-scale reconsideration, with crucially recommending the appointment of someone to consult upon a practical investigation in greater depth. Thus, our fourth incarnation arose last September as I was recruited into my role and tasked with creating a business case to persuade the university why and how it needed a press more suited for Warwick's needs, drawing on the best practice across the sector, and of course one which wouldn't cost the earth. This means drawing together a series of recommendations on how the press could, should, or might operate, along with the evidence and examples of how it could be accomplished. And while the previous incarnation's efforts had paved the way, due to some unanticipated hiccups behind the scenes, I was rather dropped in at the deep end to effectively build a strategic review project from the ground up. Now, while like Tom Baker's Doctor, I adore navigating these kind of complex puzzles, with the one-year fixed nature of my role, I can literally hear time rushing past me every single day in the role. And like Tom Baker, communication is my method. So alongside reading around, I've embraced my ethnographic training to drive my data collection methods. In essence, it means I have been conducting explorations of the press landscape and our local publishing imperatives through talking to countless people, drinking rather more coffee than perhaps is good for me. And in this respect, I am deeply grateful to the many OIPA members who have given me a chance to ask my often naive questions to help me better understand how their presses work. And certainly, one key impression I took away was the absence of any singular secret source for success. Each press's particular operational and strategic configuration was seemingly bespoke and not entirely replicable within dissimilar research cultural paradigms. Although conversely, the strong underlying ethos of each press was related to what we were trying to achieve, as too were themes of aligning our press ambitions and outputs to resonate with our host institution. All of these have been so valuable to my work. So from speaking to our community, I've gained a better understanding of how we are perceived, or rather not perceived by the university, as we are functionally, it seems, quite invisible. That said, once people did become aware of the press and the potential it offered, they really began to get on board and gave me a very positive reception. And it was here, being able to point to other initiatives, as represented by the OIPA membership, was invaluable in illustrating our case. Somewhat surprisingly, as well, given Warwick's elite research culture, there was a considerably large degree of interest with publishing with us. And so while currently we've not been accepting submissions, if the university were to resource us, I think we are not going to have a problem in finding material to publish. And despite a handful of adverse comments, and indeed perhaps my own expectations at the start, these conversations have proven to be a major source of evidence for the powers that be in their research community that sees a value in our press, but also the sense of the opportunities it offers to them, their research, their students, and to benefit the institution too. And as a fringe benefit of my one-man roadshow, it does mean that at least in this transformative incarnation, the press's invisibility has been significantly reduced, although I think a post-relaunch push is certainly a future priority. Like the Doctor, though, there are those out there who stand in our way, although thankfully not Michael Grade. Our biggest challenge is undoubtedly that of sustainability, as we are all acutely aware, as we've heard today, about the financial moment the sector is currently going through. So sustainability and planning for a likely modest operation has always been a key consideration. And given this need for economic caution, ensuring that we have this sufficiently strong case for why we need the resources to reinvigorate the press is where these earlier conversations have proven to be such value. And while currently a positive funding outcome does remain uncertain for us, I have been tasked with recommending potentially a shuttering alternative in my final outputs. So like for us, like the Doctor, cancellation is never that far away. There are other challenges too, but the other one that seems to have come up is that of prestige, be it metrics or perceptions of the press as a subaltern publication destination. If anything, this is where the press's legacy is somewhat of a curate's egg. Yes, we've already proven we can host journals and publish books on an effective shoestring, but because we've never actively sought to strategically align publications with Warwick's ambitions, this earlier content can be viewed as potentially detrimental to our reputation. Maybe it might be ideal to start afresh, but these legacy journals and books represent our heritage, so we can't cast them aside, although there may be discussions about how we can showcase them in different ways in the future. On the flip side, though, There are many potential friends and champions I've encountered around the university and at all levels of seniority, and even one or two near Damascenian conversions along the way. And I've had some extremely positive receptions within our research spotlights, which foster interdisciplinary collaboration. So it means our research community has a genuine appreciation of the value the press can bring to their efforts in developing impact, value and recognition for Warwick's research, which I will be looking to capitalise on these champions informing our shiny new Time Lord High Council. Editorial board. An element I believe will go a long way towards defeating our invisibility, raising our recognition and beginning to embed us within core university structures and conversations. And while I've been asked to hold off on forming this group, I already have a very senior member waiting in the wings to assume chairpersonship. So, just like the Doctor right now, the future of our press remains a little uncertain, although I remain hopeful we will be able to achieve a regeneration in the next year to create a better resourced and newly reactive press. One building on what went before, closely aligned with institutional values, but which continues to learn from the examples of this community. I am also hopeful that, like the Doctor's fifth incarnation, fresh-faced, we might increase the number of companions or staff we have assigned to work with us. And following talks with our research committee only last week, there is every indication we might be able to achieve at least a couple of seasons, or years, of funded activity, which should give us the time, the space we need to build on the possibilities of what we could offer.
Thanks, Gaz. It's so nice to hear about regeneration and Doctor Who today. I didn't think that was going to happen somehow. Maybe regeneration is what we need. So next up we have Open Access, Open Call, a case study in building a new list by John Atkinson at the University of Westminster Press. John's career in academic and educational publishing extends across the spectrum from one of the biggest firms to the smallest, his own, which was acquired by Liverpool University Press in 2020. He is currently manager of a pioneering open access publisher, University of Westminster Press.
Good afternoon, OIPA. Oh, please yourself. Okay, so I'm John, the manager. Is the sound all right? Yeah, the manager of UWP. There's a picture of me there in my weekend get-up. This is going to be a very straightforward, somewhat linear presentation about an exercise the press conducted last year, an open call for new book proposals. I want to manage expectations straight away and say not to expect anything groundbreaking here. This lightning talk is basically a reflection on one method of commissioning and why it was chosen at a particular moment. But in the reflecting, some issues arose that I think are instructive and in some ways concerning, which is why I'm sharing this with you. So why operate an open call? Well, to put it bluntly, some important people wanted one. It was mentioned at both of my interviews for this job by my line manager and the editorial board chair as something they wanted to do, in part because they'd been holding the commissioning fort for a bit and had found having to deal with correspondence arising from unsolicited proposals a bit onerous. So they thought that having a discrete window for proposals might streamline that. I was honestly unconvinced that that would have this effect, but I was persuaded for other reasons. For example, the interim press manager, who had been in place for almost a year between my illustrious predecessor's departure and me taking up the post, had been given a very specific brief. That is, to make sure the book production conveyor belt kept moving. And if anything, he somewhat overperformed. Consequently, by the middle of last year, the new manuscript cupboard was pretty sparsely populated, and if UWP was going to have much in the way of a list come 2027, we'd need to act pretty quickly. But more strategically, for me, being relatively new in post, it was a useful way of understanding how the press is perceived internally and externally. As someone whose commissioning background is in film and media studies, I was aware of UWP's profile in the higher academic strata of media studies. But aside from that specialism, the press's output in its 10-year history has been, like many other new digital-first university presses, pretty diverse across the humanities and social sciences. So an open call seemed like it might be a way to find out what impression UWP had made, and perhaps offer some clues as to the future commissioning direction. So how do we do it? Well, I created a flexible template email, which could be adapted depending on the intended audience. And with that, we targeted discipline-specific mailing lists, particularly via the JISC Mail network, and worked through our editorial board networks. We supported that with posts on LinkedIn, which again, editorial board colleagues and others circulated, and internal communications at the university. I have to say, the Central University Comms team were very supportive. I know that isn't always the case in every institution, but they've been great with me. And it ran as a front page item on the intranet at work for a week. So it was relatively low resource, but quite wide reach. How did we get on? Well, the open call ran from mid-October to mid-December, with some exceptions made for authors who responded quickly and informally during the window, but weren't able to submit until after Christmas. I think I closed the window around about January the 9th this year. In that time, there were 23 formal submissions, which were subsequently appraised by myself, the editorial board chair, and a member of the press management team. So it's worth just mentioning here that UWP has a sort of twin-track governance, whereby the editorial board oversees the general strategy and has final sign-off on manuscripts prior to publication, and the management board advise on more workaday business, publishing business, and sign-off contracting of proposals. The panel used a 5-point scale across 5 criteria to ensure transparency and consistency. Can you read that okay? Okay. So this was the assessment framework we used. It's pretty self-explanatory. The important thing for us was, having actively solicited proposals in this way, we wanted to be transparent, and should there be any questions about our decision-making, be able to provide documentary evidence for our processes. What did we decide? So this is the donut, which some of my OIPA colleagues are very envious of. It is. So of the 23 submissions, 4 were designated strong accept. That is, titles that, subject to peer review, we would contract and go out of our way to accommodate in our scheduling and budgeting, should that be necessary. As it happened, 3 of these 4 were either by Westminster authors or editorial teams that had at least one Westminster staffer involved, but we honestly only realised that after the fact. A further 11 were designated accept, again subject to peer review, for likely publication from 2027 onwards. We requested that a further 6 authors resubmit their proposal for a variety of reasons, and only 2 proposals were formally rejected. So what do we learn from this initiative? The high quality and international range of the proposals was pleasantly surprising, not just to me as the new boy, but to the editorial board chair as well. This had the, I think, unanticipated effect of raising the collective bar. One of the 2 proposals we rejected was done so regardless of the fact that it would have been a perfectly good fit with our media list. Had it been submitted in the usual course of events outside of an open call, we'd more than likely have taken it on. The chair and I would have agreed that it was a reasonable fit and a book we could handle with minimal impact on our limited resources. You're looking at it. And before we knew it, we'd be presenting the world with a pretty niche monograph for which there was no conspicuous enthusiasm internally or fervent demand from the outside world. It was this process of weighing each proposal against an assessment framework and discussing it in the context of 22 other proposals, which really brought home to us that, even as a press with finite capacity and pretty limited funding, we're not obliged to accept proposals that don't excite us in some way. While it was a success by the metric of quality, the hope that it might reduce the flow of unsolicited proposals has, perhaps unsurprisingly, not been achieved. Indeed, since the January meeting to discuss these submissions, in May we had a further meeting to consider the unsolicited proposals received since then, not including the several I'd already rejected, and there's one in the calendar for September. But the exercise was useful for me in identifying potential growth areas for the press. We had a number of proposals that fit under a large interdisciplinary umbrella you might call urban studies, an area that UWP had already dabbled in. Coupled with the fact that the university is home to a highly regarded School of Architecture and Cities, this seems to me like a potentially rich seam, and one that I honestly hadn't really registered prior to running this exercise. And on top of that, it has made me realise that it's a means of attracting quality projects to underpin more proactive commissioning that the press might want to initiate. But it also threw up a pretty fundamental structural issue. On the one hand, there was real enthusiasm for open access as a vehicle for new research. In follow-up correspondence with authors who we intend to contract, I never had to sell OA at any point. Not only was it understood, many authors had submitted proposals precisely because UWP is an OA publisher. However, hardly anybody has the financial means to support it. Although UWP is primarily a diamond OA press, we aren't above accepting contributions towards our costs from authors whose books we decide to commit to. But at the time of writing, none of the 15 titles we're intending to contract have funding attached to them. This obviously has implications for my list management and budgeting skills, but it's also indicative of the current limits of institutional funding for long-form publications. And finally, the next steps. Well, contracting. All except 2 of the accepted 15 proposals remain uncontracted due to the industry-wide bottleneck that is peer review. It's an issue across disciplinary borders and one that could itself fill a whole symposium's worth of papers. Indeed, I recently rewatched a presentation that Stephanie Decker of Birmingham Business School gave at this year's Excellent London Open Science and Scholarship Festival. In a session discussing the impact of AI on scholarly publishing, Professor Decker wondered aloud about the future of peer review with what she called, quote, the beginnings of massive increases with AI generating papers, unquote. On top of what she noted had already been a significant expansion of paid for OA with what she called certain publishers who behave as if there is no limit to the expansionist opportunities that article processing charges have unleashed. After saying she had already personally reviewed 23 articles this year, and that was in April, she went on to say, quote, as there is increasingly more demand for referee reports, at some point this will become completely unsustainable, unquote. And as far as I can tell, the sector seems to be, if not willfully ignoring this problem, then not conspicuously addressing it in a way that is both practical and ethical. That said, to refer back to our opening plenary comments this morning about opportunities in crisis, I think it's an opportunity for the publishers here and watching to make quality peer review a point of difference from the mega publishers. These difficulties notwithstanding, there's agreement amongst the stakeholders that the exercise has been a success by most reasonable measures. Consequently, the press has committed to repeating the open call this year and probably next, with a view to restocking the new manuscript cupboard, but also with the intention of enabling me as press manager to spend at least some time proactively commissioning titles that are distinctively Westminster. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions for the panelists? Come on. Do you need a mic?
That's for the stage, that one.
Ah, for the speakers.
Brilliant. Thank you for sharing that. It's really helpful to hear from both of your different perspectives. I think, John, you talked about kind of managing demand. And and we see this as well. I think a lot of OIPA members actually see this. We have way more proposals submitted to us from people who really want to publish open access books than we can possibly publish. I think for University of London Press, we get about 250 a year. It's way more than I had when I was an editor at Palgrave. And we can only publish 20 books at this point. So I'm interested in other presses and how you manage the decisions about which ones you take on and which ones you don't.
Well, you saw the assessment framework that we did I mean, honestly, because the manuscript cupboard is so bare, that's not really an issue for us this year. So of the 15 that we are intending to contract, they're not all coming out next year or the year after. We are staggering them. I think by the time we come to this open call, if we do it next year, or this year, I think by that point we'll have just a much clearer idea of the shape of the list, really. So, and I think maybe, because when we did it last year, because it was new to me, it was genuinely anybody in it who's got anything that they are interested in publishing with us. So I think already this year we'll start to narrow it down and maybe a little bit more specific. We didn't get anything that was, even the other one we rejected actually, it was because we genuinely thought we weren't the right publisher for it, and we were able to give the academic actually an editor, a T&F, I think. We gave them their email address because it would simply be a better fit. And actually, I thought we were doing, in a sense, part of the job of being the institutional press guy is also offering advice like that to your research as an academic. So, obviously it wouldn't have been my first choice, but it seemed the most sensible thing to do. Which is a long-winded way of saying, at the minute, we're not getting 250 proposals a year, so it's not that big an issue. But I can see that we might have to make tougher calls by the end of next year.
Hi, my question's to Gaz. I wondered what arguments you felt were working best in persuading stakeholders of the value of setting up University of Warwick Press.
It's been really fascinating. I mean, I mentioned the Damascenian conversion one. That was one of our heads of department who came into the meeting with me over a coffee. Absolutely, well, we don't need this press. This isn't the sort of thing we really need to do at Warwick anymore. And I just kept explaining what some of the other presses did. What we could potentially do. And he kind of worked through it himself. I let him very little through the conversation. It wasn't one of those things where I just kept going, well, what about this? We could do this, or we could do that. I kind of met him where he was coming from, if anything. And that's one of the things I think has worked so well on my kind of roadshow approach, is each conversation has been bespoke. It's been for those who clearly grok it, great, you like the idea, you're behind the idea, fantastic, let's talk about the potential. For those that are more skeptical, it's about, well, tell me more about your research paradigm, tell me about your publication paradigm, why it doesn't fit with the press, and maybe I can explore where there might be some synergies. So it's a fair bit of effort, but it was really noticeable. At the research committee I had last week, I had some of the people in the room who'd had some of these conversations with me coming out with genuine support. I recognise some of my own phrases coming back to me, but actually recontextualised within their own perceptions, within their own views. So they were very much their own things. There has been no one singular thing. A bit like, as I said, with the secret sauce of success, there's been no singular thing I've been able to say that has persuaded everyone. It's always bespoke.
Mike, I feel like I could answer that one too, to be honest. I probably could answer that too, because we're setting up a university press at Southampton. And it is, Gareth is right, it is tricky to find like the secret recipe for why someone should support a university press and why they should publish in it. It's tricky. I feel like I've had so many different comments from so many different people. But I think to say something different, I think a lot of what's been useful is actually the support of PGRs and that community, and building that into sort of like the newer generation of academics that are coming into academic publishing, because there are some academics who are just, we've always published in Elsevier or whatever, that's how we're always going to be. So I think kind of getting the advocacy in early and into the conversation earlier seems to be helping. As academics are speaking to each other and showing off our press and just sort of giving us lots of ideas and lots of interest at the moment, which is really exciting to see. So yeah.
Can I ask a question? Or are you about? Sorry, it's on the same theme. And after the last OIPA Symposium, I'm having a few conversations, and the question of what would it mean if the press didn't exist comes up in my head, and I think it'd be quite an interesting exercise to have lots of people answer that who value the press or work for the press. Just what would it mean if it didn't exist? I think that's quite a challenging question, but it might be quite an interesting thing to consider. So that's not really a question for now, but something to think about. Maybe to go on this flip chart. Maybe to go on the flip chart pieces of paper. Thank you.
This is from Tom Grady online. Question for Gaz. You noted our old foe financial sustainability as being a major challenge for Warwick. Can you expand on some of the potential revenue models you're exploring there?
Yeah, I mean, we are, at the moment, we are primarily looking at the traditional institutional, sorry, yes, hello. We're currently looking initially at the institutionally financed one for almost a re-pilot of it while we begin to explore which other things we could do. I would love us to go down the route of something like a White Rose or a Scottish Universities Press and do a community approach to it. But one of the things I have heard through my various connections within the Midlands region, where Warwick is based, is there isn't much appetite for a press. There isn't much appetite for membership in it. I've spoken directly with our Regional Libraries Association, the Mercian collaboration, which I used to look after. Yeah, they're not jumping to get involved. And so it's a bit of a disappointment because I would love that kind of community underscoring us, because I can really see there are going to be people who would jump to publish with us with these institutions at a reduced potential rate. Yes, we are looking at things like BPCs. I personally have a deep aversion to those, but I've got to look at the real politic of it, that when I have a senior manager who is in charge of our funding streams, who is very much about, well, where's the money coming from? How can we make this as cost neutral as possible? I've kind of got to explore every potential possibility. Down the line, there are involvements in those various organisations who might be able to give us grants, etc. But it's so nebulous at the moment that until we really get the idea that the university really backs us. Research committees' support for us is fabulous, but they have no money. It's the bean counters, it's those who hold my budgets. I've really got to still convince of this, which is what the last 3 months of my project are really all about, is putting some of these figures together, showing some of these alternate models, and saying, these are all the ways we could potentially finance it. What does the university think about that? And there it is, again, Warwick likes to be alone on that hill as an institution. So being seen to be propped up in any way might be a reputational challenge for us.
Hey, got time for one now? Do you want Alison? Yeah. I was going back to the idea of prestige that we were talking about earlier, but the kind of graphic that you showed of your acceptance rates, John, and like what Paula said about publishing 20 out of 250 submissions, like those are amazing numbers, and this is how kind of traditional publishers partly how they kind of get their ideas of prestige, and maybe that's something that we could be doing more to shout about, that kind of saying that we are selective. We're not just publishing absolutely everything that anyone brings to us. And also what you were saying about kind of maybe we need to move towards more specific list identities rather than across humanities and social sciences. So I guess my question is, like in both of your, all three of your roles, I guess, like how have those conversations about prestige and branding come up, and how do you kind of advocate for what you're doing in that context?
Well, I think it's easy for me because UWP has been going 10 years, that it has, it has a profile and a reputation. So I've come into a situation where I don't, even though the profile of the press is not massive internally, but most people I introduce myself to know that there is one. I think that one of the obstacles, around it's prestige related, is this lingering sense that OA within an institution is still kind of vanity publishing to some extent. And I think we go hard on this peer review question and how manuscripts and then the proposals and then the manuscripts are peer reviewed. And that's just not the case with a lot of commercial publishers now. They'll do one or the other, but they won't necessarily do both. And a lot of academics just don't know that. They're just not aware of that. So I think we've really tried to underpin what the press does with those kind of quality assurance, if you like. We have Alison.
Hi, everyone. Sincerest apologies. I'm in Seattle for a string of conferences, and there was just a misunderstanding of the time that I was joining you all. So thank you for waiting.
Thanks for joining us, Alison. So now we have Alison's presentation, Innovation and Impact through the Collective Development of Dynamic Scholarship. Alison is Director of Brown University Digital Publications, a library-based programme launched with generous support from the Mellon Foundation. Under her leadership, BUDP develops path-breaking, award-winning, multimodal monographs and shares its expertise widely through inclusive training programmes. Welcome, Alison.
Thank you. Thanks again, everyone. Well, I'm here to talk about cross-organizational collaboration. This is most top of mind for me as we think about the future of scholarly publishing and meeting readers and researchers where they are today, also anticipating the future, the next chapter of scholarly investigation and expression. I think that multimodal monographs is a way forward. It's what we're producing at Brown. Again, it's thinking about the scholarly, the research enterprise, and thinking about ways that the dynamic nature of research today, whether it be on the inclusion of dynamic data sets or dynamic topics such as dance, thinking about how this information, how new ideas can be most productively shared, how that knowledge is shared, and how we can extend that dynamic process of discovery to readers by giving them agency, by bringing them into that experiment and having it be part of their experience in discovery. At Brown University Digital Publications, we have been developing multimodal monographs, so web-based publications of various degrees of complexity. They all include mixed media assets. They may include nonlinear navigation. Again, we're thinking about what most drives the scholarship forward. Working with authors, primarily our own faculty in the humanities and social sciences at Brown, but wanting to partner with those scholars whose scholarly imagination is driving them to new ideas and really demanding a presentation of those ideas beyond what's possible in a conventional print format. So we are now entering our second decade of this work, which is very experimental, very innovative. We partner with, let's see, I think we can still go back to the previous slide. Thank you. We partner with a range of leading university presses to bring the work out. So we are more of a producer, again, focused on these new scholarly forms and releasing models. To date, we've had 5 titles with presses ranging from University of Virginia Press to Stanford to MIT to Fordham. And the work it represents many disciplines, and we're very proud of a track record here of the first 4 publications all being receiving major prizes for the innovation of the work. So we believe that the infrastructure for this work, this kind of work, exists, but it does require institutional commitment and investment. And I want to talk a little bit more about how we can open this up and encourage other organizations to collaborate. So I believe we can go to the next slide now. The possibilities to innovate and to see great impact, of course, are plentiful. And we judge the success of these publications not only by user statistics, but also by prizes, reviews, and promotions, which is part of our practice at Brown since we've been doing this work since 2015. The dean of the faculty at the university is a partner in this endeavor and has worked with all of the departments to adjust the language in the standards and criteria documents. So that's another form of commitment from the university administration to make sure that faculty who are pursuing these new scholarly forms are not only supported in terms of editorial and technological needs, but also supported at that administrative level so that a peer-reviewed scholarly press multimodal monograph is receiving the same, given the same weight in tenure and promotion cases that a print monograph would receive. Let's see, I believe we can go to the next slide. So I want to say more about collaboration. It is critical to our practice because we're not a publisher, but more of a producer. We rely on our press partners to handle the peer review, the copy editing, the marketing to make sure that outstanding scholarship is reaching its intended audience. All of our work to date is open access and exclusively digital, aside from a book series that we co-produce with MIT Press. That's a hybrid model. But these partnerships are really essential to the enterprise. And collaboration takes many forms. There is the collaboration on bringing the scholarship out, on seeing it to publication. But there is also collaboration at a much earlier stage. We collaborate with our authors. All of our work is really scholarship first, author driven, but it is deeply collaborative with designers, with developers, with the editorial team, with graduate students representing the next generation of publishing professionals. We do a lot of training at Brown with students, and they are an integral part of a project team as well. So there are ideas to ideate together. You know, we want to work with faculty who, again, are challenged or frustrated with those conventional models. They're not working for their current project, and we want to work together to find ways for them to catalyze disciplinary breakthroughs and to advance scholarship in ways that they've not been able to do before. Let's see, with peers, so it's just a little bit difficult for me to see that slide that I put together there. So with our researchers, with our peers, we do a lot of training also for scholars, for librarians who want to incorporate multimodal publishing into their own practice. And so we have had federal grants that allowed us to run summer institutes for faculty at less well-resourced institutions. They would come to Brown and spend time with us during the summer. But then something we learned from that, a very successful program that we ran for 2 years, we realized, though, that those scholars were returning to their home institution where there probably is not infrastructure to support this kind of work and to bring the project forward to completion. And so we started with another federal grant, a training opportunity for librarians at historically Black colleges and universities to help build infrastructure at those institutions. And our partners there are the HBCU Library Alliance and the University of Michigan Press, which is extending great capabilities, resources around mentorship, working with these scholars to help move the projects forward. And the goal of this grant program is to move that peer-reviewed work to completion and to publish it as open access titles. So that's HBCU-generated content that will have unprecedented reach. And with colleagues, again, at presses. So I want to, as I try to wrap up my 10 minutes here, what I'm most excited about right now is not just press partners in presses who want to partner with Brown to publish the work, but now seeing an increase in the number of presses that want to bring multimodal publishing into their workflow, and they're looking to Brown for training. I think this is a very important and exciting moment for all of us because really for this to be a sustainable, impactful opportunity, it has to be carried out by more than just a few institutions. And so I think the next chapter for us is to work on creating some kind of training modules that can be now adapted by presses. And we want to see more of that collaborative work with press partners on the production side so that we can find ways to bring it into the workflow. It need not overhaul entire workflows. I know many presses have been reluctant to take on this kind of work because it can seem overwhelming, but in collaboration, in partnership, by pooling our efforts and our expertise and our resources, I believe that that is the way forward. So please stay tuned for more work to come out of Brown. I think I can give an initial release of information. I'm going to be creating a multimodal book on multimodal books, and I hope that that will be one step toward opening up this innovative practice to more publishers. And that, of course, means opening it up to more authors and to more readers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to panel 2, which is Advocacy for University-Based Publishing. Just in case you were thinking you should be doing something completely different. I'm Andrew Barker. I am now Pro Vice-Chancellor for Student Experience in Colleges at Lancaster University. Until very recently, I was Library Director there. And As I step away from libraries, which I'm in the process of doing, and this is probably the last thing I'll do, I think it's fair to say and worth saying that this has been one of the proudest things I've done in libraries, which is to chair the OIPA advisory group. It's been a joy because I love the work that OIPA do, and I'll say more about that. But the panel discussion is we have three fantastic speakers, and I'll introduce each of them before I invite Jane to do a short presentation, which will follow up with questions. So Jane Bugle, who is here in person, is the slightly lonely there at the minute, isn't it, Jane? Is the head librarian at the Institute of Art and Design and Technology in Dublin. She is the convener of the IFLA Library Publishing Section and is co-founder and manager of the Irish Open Access Publishers Community of Practice, so that's IOP. Charles Watkinson on the screen is an associate university librarian at the University of Michigan and director of the University of Michigan Press. Charles is responsible for the institutional repository, copyright office, and various other scholarly communication services. He encourages and supports open practices, and I can absolutely support that because he's always been very supportive in conversations with me and at Lancaster, and has been heavily involved in the university-based publishing futures community in the US. And our third speaker is Nikki Borovich, who is a brand consultant and graphic designer, and Nikki has over 20 years of experience in publishing. In-house, she has led creative teams at Palgrove Macmillan and Springer Nature, where she oversaw the rebrand of Nature Publishing Group. Her clients have included LSE Press, the University of London Press, BMJ Group, and the Open Libraries of Humanities. So, without further ado, I am delighted to invite our first speaker, Jane, over to you.
So I'm absolutely delighted to be here today. Thanks so much for inviting me. First of all, I should really apologise for my slides. I actually prepared my first Diamond Ireland presentation on St. Patrick's Day, and I think that the whole thing kind of got to me, and I've just stuck with them ever since. So sorry for the overwhelming nature of them. So today I want to speak about the Diamond Ireland project, but with a particular focus on advocacy, how we make the case for community-led, non-profit Diamond Open Access as a serious part of scholarly infrastructure in Ireland, and why this conversation should also matter to colleagues in the UK. So we're all working in a scholarly communications environment under pressure. Costs remain high, open access mandates continue to develop, and many academics are uneasy with systems that ask authors, institutions or funders to keep paying to make research visible. Diamond Open Access matters because it removes charges for both authors and for readers, and in doing so it opens up a different set of possibilities. It asks us to think about publishing not primarily as a market, but as a public and an academic good. So Diamond Ireland is a national open research forum funded initiative designed to support the future sustainability of Diamond Open Access publishing and bibliodiversity in Ireland. It builds on the earlier Publish OA phase and moves from feasibility work to implementation. Two major components are central here. The Diamond Ireland Press, which provides a national publishing platform for journals and monographs, and the Diamond Ireland Hub, which brings together support, guidance and best practice for publishing communities. So for me, the advocacy argument is that Diamond OA shouldn't be treated as a marginal or as an experimental endeavour. It's better understood as shared academic infrastructure. It creates space for scholar-led and community-owned publishing, and it is especially important for smaller journals, monograph initiatives, and culturally significant publishers that may not fit the commercial model so well. So advocacy means making the case that these forms of publishing are not peripheral. They're a healthy and diverse part of our research ecosystem. One of the useful ways to understand Diamond Ireland is as a shift from project thinking to ecosystem thinking. So Publish OA ran from 2022 to 25 and it focused on feasibility, sector mapping and piloting. Diamond Ireland, so it started last year and we're running this year, focuses on implementation, on building the press, building the hub, building partnership models and a discovery layer. The advocacy lesson in that is that pilots are important, but sustainability only happens when institutions and funders recognise that this work is ongoing infrastructure. Oops. We have a... Oh. Okay. Sorry. Sorry, it's just not moving on.
Going forward?
Yeah.
Oh.
There's this.
Yeah.
Okay, there we are. We're back in business. Thank you. So, where are we? I think I've skipped one. So I can go back. So there, I just, sorry, I got confused here. Just see. So Diamond, okay. So there are at least 4 reasons why institutions should care. No. Firstly, sorry, I just need to. I've lost my place. So it's
slide 6.
Yeah, now we're here. So there's at least 4 reasons why institutions should care. And the first one is equity. Diamond OA removes barriers for both authors and readers. Second, sustainability. It points us towards collective and transparent support models. Third, visibility. Open and barrier-free publishing improves circulation and reach of scholarship. And fourth, values. It aligns strongly with what universities often say they stand for: openness, integrity, collaboration, and public benefit. So we are definitely in the wrong place here. But anyway, I'll skip that one. So advocacy only works if we're clear about who we're speaking to. Part of this work is directed towards senior university leadership, libraries, research offices, and public bodies. Part of it is directed towards scholarly societies, editors, and academic communities. And for a UK audience, I think that the Irish example is interesting because it shows what can happen when institutional publishing activity is coordinated nationally rather than left in isolated pockets of good practice. So what exactly should we be looking for? We should be asking for recognition of Diamond OA as core scholarly infrastructure. We should be asking for funding models that support communities, shared services and platforms, not just output-based transactions. We should also be asking for research assessment and policy environments that do not inadvertently disadvantage scholar-led or non-commercial publishing. And finally, we should be asking for collaboration across institutions on standards, training, preservation and discovery. So Diamond Ireland also matters because it's not happening in isolation. It sits within a wider international movement around equitable and community-led publishing, and its partnerships connect Irish activity with organisations such as the Directory of Open Access Journals, PKP, operas, and the European Diamond Capacity Hub. That wider context strengthens advocacy. It helps show that this is not just a local preference or a temporary project, but part of a broader rethinking of how scholarly communication can be organised. So, if this advocacy succeeds, what would success look like? I think it would mean institutions treating support for Diamond OA as part of research infrastructure rather than as discretionary spending. It would mean stronger and more realistic routes for scholar-led journals and monographs to meet quality standards without being forced into commercial systems. And it would mean a more bibliodiverse and resilient publishing environment with greater community ownership and better public access. So to close, Diamond Ireland is important not only because it's building a platform or a hub, but because it's making a wider argument. It's arguing that scholarly communication should be open, community-governed, publicly valuable and sustainable. And for me, that's the heart of the advocacy case. And I think it's a conversation that the Ireland and the UK can usefully consider continuing together. So thank you very much.
So before we have the panel discussion, I'd like to welcome our second speaker. Charles, over to you. There's a lot of whispering behind me, and as Paula ascends... yes, indeed.
Hello, everybody. I am Charles, as introduced. It's very nice to see you all. It's been great to be participating remotely in this event. And I want to talk about university-based publishing futures, which is an initiative of two organizations with which you're probably familiar, the Association of University Presses and the Library Publishing Coalition, and both of which have been advocating for quite a long time, but have recently really come together around the idea of joint advocacy. And let me just make sure that my slides are advancing here. There we go. And I mean, this is a reaction to a point that a number of people have made today, which is in crisis often lies opportunity. And this is a time when these two organizations that have not always been extremely close are seeing how joint advocacy and really makes sense. And one of the particular resources that the group has produced is called an advocacy toolkit for university-based publishers. And Sam has kindly agreed to share that in the chat, the link there. I've just come back from the meeting that we have been at. So this is Alison Levi mentioned this as well. So this was a summit for university-based publishing in Seattle, and you can see it was about 100 people on the left. And then Seattle is also very famous for its fish throwing, which you can Google. So that's the Pike Place Fish Market on the right. And then the beautiful overview of the amazing Mount Rainier in Seattle down below. So there are some things that really came out powerfully in the advocacy toolkit, and I just wanted to talk about those. The first is this point that we're all driven by a common mission to serve the public good. And this is the thing that really unites the institutional publishers around a shared vision. And there are some rather detailed slides here, but these are basically the points captured in the advocacy toolkit about the core values that we all share. So this was created by the university presses, some of whom are quite old legacy publishers, and the new university presses and the library-based publishing programs. And you can see advancing scholarship, equity and inclusion, broad and equitable access to knowledge, accessibility, intellectual freedom, and publishing ethics and integrity. So just to say, these are all common values. And I think that's really important as we really think about communicating effectively our baseline. The second point, though, is that these advocacy goals, these points, need to be nested in the unique circumstances of our institutional environments. At University of Michigan, we provide the Fulcrum platform, and we also partner with Birkbeck to offer the Janeway platform as a hosted instance. And several of the clients, partners, are members of OIPA. And it's really interesting to look at the foundational stories behind each of these institutions, which have this commonality around talking about education for all access, but have very, very different histories. So Westminster providing education for all, but originating in the York Place Ragged School. And so Quintin Hogg, back in 1864, really talked about the urban poor, the disenfranchised, and how Westminster was founded for that purpose. Aberdeen, a light in the north, founded by Bishop William Elphinstone, who I think really is the father of open access. He had this amazing slogan for his nascent university, King's College: open to all and dedicated to the pursuit of truth in the service of others. I mean, I think that really encapsulates what we do so nicely. And of course, it's a rich thing for University of Aberdeen Press to tap into. Amherst College Press, the slogan of Amherst is "Terras irradiant," let them give light to the world. And it was founded to really serve in the 1820s indigent young men of piety and talent. So again, you can see that there are very, very distinctive foundational goals that run through the organizations in a way that even strategic plans may not, right? So looking beyond the strategic plans, looking at the origin and purpose of these institutions and your institutions really often provides a great thing to link into. So the third thing is then taking the step of engaging the decision makers. And quite a lot of the work we did within the university-based publishing Futures Advocacy Toolkit was to really think about messaging and also to do some mapping, power mapping, as to who the key stakeholders are. And there are these three large buckets that the toolkit is really based around. And a lot of the toolkit is about thinking about short form messaging and long form messaging. So things that you can, really use in an elevator, and then things that you can use in a presentation. So for university administration, we came up with a number of slogans. One that I like is "Keep the money in the mission." Local partners, global impact. So this very strong focus on return on investment, being fiscally prudent, that we heard at the start from Jane Harville. And this really, really taps into that idea of the money side and the return on investment. Faculty members, authors, your research, your community, your publisher, we're right there. We're right next to your building. We are your people. We're employed by the same institution. And then for publics of various sorts, this is particularly relevant in the US at the moment, but the whole field of disinformation and trust in some form of information that's provided, and freedom to speak and to read and to learn and to know. That's a very resonant message in the US at the moment. The toolkit was translated during the workshop that we had, this one-day workshop on June 17th, into a set of local advocacy goals. And I think, let me make sure, there it is, just advanced. So if I can, sorry, let me just, that advanced too far. Can we go back one to the local advocacy worksheet? If not, no, I see what's happening. Okay, no worries. The local advocacy worksheet was just a way of talking about goals, audiences, messages, and channels. And you'll find that online, and it's a way of sort of working through the toolkit. So 3 advocacy ideas from Seattle. This came out of the sort of the workshopping that we were doing. And the first one was demonstrate tangible institutional value, but particularly around this idea of independent, low cost and values driven infrastructure. So really talking about the infrastructure as a social thing, the people, not just the technologies. The second one was just making sure that we are inserted into various campus groups. In the US, the faculty senate is often very important, staff committees, research committees, and really thinking about how we actually can engage in a complementary way with our library colleagues often, where there's a focus in the library on use and users, and that's how the library is perceived. And then the publishing side can talk to the same faculty about authorship and being authors. And then just this general point about listening deeply when engaging with publics. There's a very strong feeling in the US that we've lost trust with voters. Like higher education has a real disengagement problem. And so a lot of this is about not talking about how brilliant we are as higher education institutions, but really talking about what we mean to you as a member of the public. Then finally, I just wanted to highlight some work that we've been doing with at the Fulcrum platform at Michigan with our partner presses, looking at the responses that come back from readers through the free ebook survey. And we've been doing some analysis with a couple of scholars looking at the particular types of public, sort of segmenting the publics who are actually reading our open books. So there's a learned publishing preprint that I've linked there, which explains the project. So finally, thank you. Just a big thank you also to Caroline Edwards, our partner at Birkbeck, and to all of you for being here and being part of the community. Thanks so much. And I'll stop sharing.
And now I'd like to welcome Nikki, our third speaker. Over to you, Nikki, when you're ready.
Thank you so much. It's really great to be with you. And yeah, I'm a freelance brand and design consultant, and I work with clients to build brands that are clear, consistent, and meaningful to their audience, and actually important for most of the organizations that I work with, where resources at a premium, easy to implement, not too time consuming to implement to their best. And I'm here to speak to you about how to create and care for your brands, and create brands that have impact and works hard to tell the story of your press. And Charles has set me up beautifully with talk of what's happened at the Advocacy Toolkit. Some of those things we'll touch on in a bit more detail in the presentation I'm going to make. What's really important about your brand is if you're clear who you are, what you offer, you have a powerful tool in your hands for advocating both for your press, as Jane touched on, communicating the value in what you do and the initiatives you support, and that's a really powerful tool. Often when clients say to me something's not right, something's not working with our brand, they kind of immediately reach for a new logo type. We need to do something to our website, update something. But usually the problem is an issue around lack of clarity. So unclear purpose, audience, positioning, messaging. So what I'm going to do today is run through quite a simple framework for reviewing your brand. 10 questions that will uncover the strengths and opportunities for your brand. And they are really helpful, as the screen says now, whether you're an established organisation or if, like some of the people on this in the symposium, just starting out with your brand. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Let me know if it needs to be. Oh, perfect. Thank you. So we're going to start with mission. And as I say, Charles touched on this beautifully in his talk. The mission statement outlines the overall purpose of a brand, defining why it exists, what it wants to accomplish, and the mission should really outline the brand's reason for being, and particularly the service it's going to deliver to its target audience. The most famous example of that, I'm sure you're aware of, is Google's, to organise the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. So mission provides clarity and direction for an organization. It creates alignment for everybody. It's important that your team, and more importantly, perhaps for us in this symposium today, the wider institution, making sure they understand what you do and why you're doing it. So my question for you to ask yourselves is, can everyone in your organisation clearly define the mission of your press? If we can move to the next slide, please, Sam, thank you. Question 2, what's your mid to long term aim for your press? Where are you heading? What does success look like in 3 to 5 years? Your vision provides a North Star for what you're doing, and it helps prioritise opportunities that come up and supports long-term decision making for you. And knowing that vision really early on, at least for the next 3 to 5 years, means that you can work to future-proof your brand as much as possible. So all the pieces of the jigsaw you're putting in place should be sturdy enough to take you to the next phase of your brand. In order to get to your vision, in order to figure out what it is, there's a business element to this. Are you aiming to grow numbers, territories in innovation? But think about the impact you're trying to have on your community. You know, all of the things we've been hearing about today is about community impact and community support. So that forms part of that vision too. Next slide, please, Sam, thank you. How do you deliver what you do? Just as important as what you do actually is how you're delivering it to your audience. So these are your brand values, and they are behaviors. So they're not just beautiful words on your website, we are this, we are that. They need to be true, and they need to be evidenced in how you behave, how your customers see you when they interact with you, the experience of working with your press, with your organization. And we've seen some of them in Charles's presentation. They can be things like, we're transparent, we're supportive, we're expert. You must be able to back them up. They need to be things that you are doing. When I talk to clients about, you know, they say, well, we're very transparent. I say, so what? So what? What does that matter to the people who are working with you? Why should they care? You need to evidence them. So have some so what statements to back up your brand values. And these values will guide your culture, your decision making. If you live by them as an organization, they build trust and credibility with your audience, and they can influence the experience that your customers have when you work with them. So you can ask yourself here, do your values show up in everything you're doing day to day, your day-to-day actions? Next slide, please. Who do you want to reach? It was a beautifully complex slide about the various public audience in Charles's presentation. You can't communicate effectively to everybody, and actually if you try to do so, you're sort of not going to speak to anybody. So you need to try and sort of target in, think about who you're trying to reach, and be as targeted, as niche down as you possibly can, and figure out what they're trying to do. What do they want to achieve? What challenges are they facing, and how are you helping them as an organization? Do we need to niche down to list level? This question came up earlier. How do you segment? The more detail you have about who you're speaking to, the better you can serve those communities you work with. Effective branding starts with understanding your audience. So the question here would be, how well do you know your audience? How detailed can you be about who they are, where they are, what they're trying to do? Next slide, please. This one's really tricky, actually. What makes you different? What's your USP? It's one of the hardest things to answer, especially, you know, as we saw in the advocacy toolkit, there's so many shared values and shared goals amongst these presses, these institutions. So I would say really think about trying to identify your niche, and that might not be what you do, but it might be how you do it. So specialist expertise, unique processes, exceptional service, particular audience focus, but really think about what makes you memorable. There is a commercial part of what we're doing. Some people are making a decision to publish, to read with your press. Why you over somebody else? Next slide, please. Do you know your brand personality? And this really is about tone of voice. So every brand has a personality, a way of engaging with their audience, and it should be reflective of brand values and who you are as a team. How do you sound? So how do you talk to people? How does your written language sound? Are you formal, approachable? expert, conversational. And I always ask clients to think about how they speak first before they write. It tends to feel more authentic, and it tends to be easier to implement if it's something you would say to somebody in person. So it should reflect your values, and consistent use of tone of voice will build recognition and trust with your audience. And perhaps a question to ask yourself around this would be, would your people recognize your communications without seeing your logo? If you strip away the design, would they recognize your tone of voice without those other prompts? Are you consistent in how you do that? Next slide, please. You have noticed, and this is anyone who's worked with me, I can imagine some of the University of London press team smiling at this. You've noticed until this point, I have not mentioned visual identity. I am militant that you build your brand foundations first. Visual identity follows strategy. So please don't start with your logo. You want your visual identity to support your positioning, your strategy, mission, vision, values first, because then you can design a visual identity that tells that story holistically, and you are giving the right message to the right audience. Now, you have some complexities, most of you at the symposium, that you have an institutional brand, a university brand. But what I would say to you is, don't simply bolt on press, have a think, talk to the institution. Is there a need to do something slightly different? Do you need to flag some independence? Do you want to leverage heritage and reputation? Don't let it be a sort of instinctual knee-jerk thing to just use what's there. Really think about it, because good design, good visual identity builds on your strategy, and it isn't a standalone piece, and strong brands are built from the foundations upwards. Color, typography, all of those things should follow mission, vision, and values, and should feel a whole. Next slide, please. Is your brand recognizable and coherent? And this is all about consistency, and it's not a very exciting thing to talk about, but it's so important. Consistency creates recognition. Alignment across all of your touch points, websites, social, reports, presentations, events, everything. If that's consistent, people will trust because it feels familiar, it's recognizable, and consistent experience will strengthen that credibility for your organization. And does every touch point right now for your brand feel like it's from the same organization? It's tricky to do, and it very quickly can get out of hand. So if we move on to the next slide, this is how we resolve it. This is how we make it easy. Do you have brand guidelines? Every client I work with, I create a brand toolkit at the end, and it should make branding easy to implement, quick. Don't have to think about it. Everything you need is in one place. I have worked with clients who presented me with an 150-page brand guideline. No one's following that. So 10 to 15 pages, very simple to follow, ease of use. And you should have an asset toolkit, templates, all the logo types you need in the various formats, various colorways, guidance on messaging, tone of voice, color palette. Everything should be in one place and grab and use. Really easy to do. Brand consistency can't rely on one person. There's very rarely a brand manager in-house at publishing houses, and it shouldn't be that way. The systems that we create should support everybody to be able to implement a brand consistently. So question to ask about this is, does everybody understand and know how to represent your brand consistently? Is there a toolkit? Is there guidelines for them? And next slide, please. This is question 10. When did you last review what was going on with your brand? Brands evolve over time. They should never be set in stone. So when I talk about future-proofing your brand as best as we can, brands evolve, audiences change, organizations change. Goodness knows our industry is changing so quickly. So I always say review your brand annually. If you were to wait 4, 5, 6 years to check in and see what's going on, you'll likely need to rebrand. Annual checks mean you can make smaller, less resource-heavy, expensive changes and sort of respond to what's going on. Gentle nudges annually just to make sure everything's on track rather than ending up with a big project to deal with. Check your strategy, check your messaging, and make sure your visuals align with those foundational pieces. And then ask your audience for feedback. Speak to your customers, speak to your community. I know customer, it can be quite a divisive word in our industry, but speak to your communities and ask them what they think of your brand, what they think of what you're doing, and they'll tell you whether it's working or not. So that question to ask yourself every year, is your brand working as hard as it could be for you in support of what you're doing? And the last slide, please. Thank you. So if I can leave you with some takeaways, strong brands are built from clear and confident foundations. Build from the bottom up, please. And consistency builds recognition and trust. Regular reviews help your brand to stay focused and relevant. You do need to ask the right questions, and they can be, it can be tricky, and it can be a little bit painful at times, actually, especially with long established brands that you haven't looked at for a little while. But start with 10 questions, identify where greater clarity is needed for your brand, and action those points. And that will help you keep everything on track in a fairly low resource, pain-free way. It should be fun. I do believe branding should be fun. If you would like to do this for your brand, if you go to my website, there's my URL there. I actually have a free download with a version of these 10 questions that you can download and tick off, and in sort of 10-20 minutes you can have a snapshot of where your brand is and where you might want to spend a little bit of time thinking about shaping it. But thank you. That's my whistle-stop tour of how to look after your brand. And thank you so much for listening and for having me at the symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Now, I will open up in a minute to you as an audience for questions, but to enable you to give you 2 or 3 minutes thinking time, I'm going to start with a couple of questions for the panel. And it makes sense, reverse order to the way I might have done them. I'm going to start with you, Nikki, because I think you've touched on some of this, and it might just be about pulling it together. So what would you say are the biggest branding or communication pitfalls for newer publishing initiatives, or indeed even more established ones, to avoid?
Yeah, so I did touch on this a little bit, and I am evangelical about it. Do that foundational work. Don't start communicating, producing anything, sending messaging out until you have those foundations in place. Be really certain about why you're there, who you're there to serve, what that mission is, and build up from there. And if you've got that set in stone and you're confident in that, then everything else will follow. As I say, the visuals will follow, but the messaging will follow, and it will feel true to your organization as well. So yeah, foundational stuff in place. Don't just start running down the road without having done that bit of work.
Brilliant. Thanks, Nikki, and very wise. I always remember kind of thinking about the non-gonk approach. I used to get sick in libraries. Every library would have like a gonk advertising its library, like that's all you needed to do when it came to marketing. It used to just do my head in. Brilliant. Thank you, Nikki. So I've got now a question for Jane and Charles. For OIPA to advocate effectively for its members, are there particular arguments or messages which work well when you're speaking collectively on behalf of a group of publishers rather than through the perspective of a single institution? And I'll start with Jane, if that's all right. Charles.
So I think when you're speaking as a community of practice, that it's really useful that you're talking about a system. You're not talking about an isolated press. You're not talking about, problems with one thing. You're talking about the whole system that you're involved in, which makes the thing more persuasive and complex. You're also talking about like a shared basis across all of you, and a shared understanding of best practice, what works. You're talking about no duplication of efforts, that you're all working together. I think there's some of the foundational things.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Anything you'd like to add to that, Charles?
Sorry, just unmuting. I really do agree with exactly what Jane said. I mean, I think that what we try and do is, I have a mug here, of course a mug, And the idea on the back is a healthy ecosystem for scholarly publishing. And I think that really is the sort of defining concept, because uh, this is something that university presses feel very strongly about, which is if you actually rip out one node in the infrastructure, it's pretty fragile, and there's a lot of interdependency happening. So an attack on one is an attack on all, because it rips this fabric of scholarship. So I think that idea of a healthy ecosystem for scholarly publishing is powerful.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Now, I've got one thing I want to ask each of the panel before I do open up. So let's start with Jane, and then we'll go Charles, and then we will go Nikki. If you could recommend one practical step for OIPA as an association, or indeed for individual members after today, what would it be?
I think it is, it's basically advocating on the numbers, like the impact, the reach, just really, when you're communicating with kind of university bosses, you want to be talking the kind of language that they're talking, and you want to be kind of showing that you're meeting strategic objectives, that you're providing value for money. I think another thing that's really useful is to have some really good case studies. Part of what we do is we keep a kind of bibliodiverse system going as well. So like in Ireland, we're publishing in the Irish language. That's really important to institutions as well. It's something that they need to be doing. So I think it's demonstrating value and worth in that way.
Yeah. And understanding the context that those people are operating in.
Absolutely.
I agree entirely. Thank you. Charles?
Yeah, I think as part of that sort of visualization of impact that Jane was talking about, I like a good map. I think that there's, we've seen with the collapse of Emerald, the purchase of Emerald by Wiley, a real dialogue happening about the concentration of publishers in the south of England. And the lack of, and one of the crucial aspects of the institutional publishing is bibliodiversity is actually manifest in the geographical spread of our publishing programs. So I think a nice map that you could tap into the network concept, showing the geographical spread of members, would be very powerful.
Yeah, thanks for that. We saw a very good map this morning of OIPA members. Which I was slightly disappointed that the northeast of England wasn't covered. But apart from that, there was a really good spread. And that's my
time to get more OIPA members in the northeast then, Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe as I move back home. Thanks, Nikki.
Yeah, in terms of action to take, I would really recommend that you all sort of go back and review where you are in terms of your brand. It's likely that things evolved over time or were put together quite quickly. To just take half an hour, have a look, run through as many of those questions as you can squeeze in. As I say, I think the 10 questions can be done fairly quickly at a top level, and just take stock of where you are, and if there are any immediate areas that you think need a bit of attention. I think that would give you the potential for quite a big boost to what you're doing in terms of communication and solidifying your brand.
Brilliant, thank you all. So I hope that was helpful. Now, I kind of literally and figuratively turn to you now. Any questions? Front row, if you would mind introducing yourself when the microphone comes round for your question. Thank you. And where you're from, I suppose.
This is actually an online question from Tom Grady at Coping.
Never heard of him.
Nikki, I think you actually answered quite a lot of this in what you just said. But Tom asks, he said, thanks, Nikki, for a really interesting presentation. Your pointers on rebranding were really helpful, but the whole process seems like a heck of a lot of work. starting at the beginning and going through all the stages. Can you recommend a light touch process for those of us that don't need a full rebrand, but who maybe just need to sharpen our messaging and re-articulate our USPs, and who are short on time and resources to do it?
Yeah, which is most people, right? I completely get it. If you think of the critical part of what I talked about is that mission, vision, and values. So if you spend any time that you have spare, spend it there. Definitely, if you can get that foundation right, everything else will follow and can follow over time in a bit more of a less hectic, resource intense way. If you look on my website, there's a bunch of kind of pointers into how to get into this, and there's also something called a brand kickstart, where I do basically effectively this, a very short, sharp, helping publishers to get going with this stuff where they've been stuck. But there's lots of freebie pointers on the website of how to kind of focus in on different pieces. But if I said one thing, just focus on mission, vision, and values, and everything can come from there. And that doesn't necessarily need a ton of time, just needs a bit of thought.
Brilliant. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Tom. Anything else? Hello.
This is for Charles. Given that we've got a consequential election going on, this is Pat at UCL Press, by the way, today in the north of England. I was just noted what you said about you were out in Seattle, you're in the States, and obviously some of the answers or some of the issues that were being looked at were about freedom of expression, were about the right to education, and obviously they are further down the line with this problem in the States. They've been really tested by it over the last couple of years. Obviously, there are elements of their university environment that is much wealthier than anything we have here. So there's a sort of a balance going on. But I'm just wondering if you've got any messages to bring back to us about sort of working together. And I'm looking ahead 3 years and hoping that we will not be in the worst possible situation. But is there something that we could start thinking about now in terms of, as a university sector and publishing sector, there's looking about freedom of information, looking and caring about open practices if we do find ourselves in the worst circumstances in a few years' time?
Yes, thank you for that. I think there's a very clear thing, which is what do we mean by trust and how do we manifest it? That really came through powerfully, especially in the AU Pressers meeting. And it really is about thinking about the technological disruptors as well. I mean, we had a really amazing speaker, and do look up her work, plenary speaker at AU Pressers, Kate Starbird, and she's at University of Washington, and she works on misinformation. And she was warning us that this this midterms election coming up is going to be absolutely, it's going to define new levels of misinformation, because by that time, AI-generated content is going to be indistinguishable from non-AI generated content. So this perfect storm with the societal issues behind what we're seeing as well. So Kate was talking a lot about the universal surge to the right, looking at Europe and the UK as well. There is this need to really be very explicit about what the processes we have in place that actually make our content trusted look like, because too often we are very coded about that. And it's also, I think it's really important for institutional publishers not just to say peer review, because that's not what we do. There's lots and lots of relationship, editorial board, kind of acquiring, working with people that happens outside the pure peer review process. And I think it's very, very distinctive of institutional publishers. And we need to be able to explain that much, much more clearly. So trust. What do we mean by trust? How do we manifest it?
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura. I'm from the Open Press, University of Sussex. Thank you for 3 really interesting and useful talks. It kind of occurred to me that often when we're talking about brand and advocacy and stuff, that conversation is quite separate from the actual books and content that we're publishing. And I guess I was wondering about your reflections on how those things work together. Like, to what extent does your brand or your approach to advocacy kind of influence your commissioning strategy and the types of subject areas and diversity of your author pool, and maybe even things like working practices, inclusivity, accessibility, things like that. Like, how, in your experiences, how do these kind of bigger picture ideas of brand advocating, how does that influence kind of the day-to-day and the individual titles?
Who would like to jump in first?
I don't mind saying something on that, Andrew. And it's a really good question. And actually, so I come from the brand perspective, but what you put in place is the kind of values of the brand, who you want to be and how you want to interact with your communities will ultimately trickle down and should filter down into what you're commissioning and who you're working with and where in the world you're working with and who you want to give a voice to. So I think it's a symbiotic relationship. They'll feed each other, but I think setting your foundation of your brand and your North Star of who you want to be for your community and the impact you want to have on your community will have an impact at product level, at that kind of content level of what you do. Because if you say you're going to be inclusive and you say you're going to be transparent about how you're commissioning or any of those things, it will have to manifest in how you're working and who you're working with. I hope I've kind of explained it from that perspective clearly enough. I can't see if that's answered your question, but hopefully I do see it as a sort of cyclical thing, and it will feed back to your brand and you'll adapt your brand and it will feed back at product level and so on. But yeah, it all should feed the ecosystem of what you do.
Thank you, Nikki. Jane or Charles?
Yeah, I would like to add to just say I totally agree with that. We're only setting out with Diamond Ireland, and at the moment we only have 6 journals on there, but we're also prioritising bringing student journals in. But with regard to our monograph publishing, we're launching, going to announce some microgrants, for monograph publishing. But one book that we are going to publish, and I think it's kind of setting the scene for what politically and values-wise we want to have, and that is a book of written by displaced people, and so I think very much the values, the openness, the accessibility, living those values really.
Thank you.
I think it's a really interesting question when it comes to actually the physical products or digital products that we produce, and this whole point about transparency and Nikki's point, like if you say you're going to be you're transparent, it's like why? And for how do you sort of talk about that? I mean, if one thinks about a physical book, are there opportunities? We're thinking about opportunities, for example, on the copyright page, to talk more clearly about the process through which this work went to be trustworthy. The MIT Press did an interesting thing for a while, which is they put a peer-reviewed stamp on the back of their books for a while, which was an interesting idea. And then, of course, in the online display, actually our Lever Press, which is on the Fulcrum platform, actually has a description of the review process that the book has been through, each product has been through, actually right front and center on the work. Another thing is, if we're really aiming and believe that we're engaging readers beyond the academy, and this is where the work that we've done on the educated lay reader comes in, things like book club suggestions, like suggestions to consider, interviews with the authors to give the context. I mean, things that would actually really help that engagement are becoming very tempting. and interesting. So I think we should really think about the form of the product, especially because we have lots of spare fields actually in ONYX data transmissions, and we have lots of flexibility with EPUB to include other things. And I don't think we're using the capabilities to differentiate ourselves well enough.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Can I just add as
yeah,
well
please,
that what we're looking at isn't just an academic press. We want to involve public libraries in it as well. And there's an awful lot of publishing that's going on just kind of low-key that could get to a wider audience, like in local history and things like that, that we're interested in taking up that as well.
Great, thank you.
Oh, and another thing, transparency around the involvement or not of AI, realizing that that is a complicated thing to sort of do the cutoff points, but just being clear when there is an AI-derived cover or absolutely generative AI content in a book. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but just being really transparent about it.
Brilliant, thank you. Nobody else came in. I think what I loved there is what you get, that passion that you get from OIPA and OIPA members, and we've heard that with this session. So I'd like to thank the three of you for absolutely wonderful, invigorating, thoughtful session. Thank you. I'm just going to kind of wrap up very quickly as chair, really, of the advisory group, and in some ways, kind of my library career, which is a fantastically pompous thing to say, but then I am fantastically pompous. So why hide the truth? So yeah, recently I've got a new job. I am now with a title that suits me, Pro Vice Chancellor of First Student Experience in Colleges. Told you I was pompous. And we're working on at the minute a new university strategy and going back to the foundations to create that university strategy. And though I feel like my thunder's been taken slightly by Charles, some of the things that he presented, Lancaster was founded in 1964 with a motto, and you couldn't make this up if you had a time machine: truth lies open to all. Now, that has to be, and it is, our guiding star going forward as a university. And also the word distinctiveness. And I think in both those phrases, those words, it must be our watchwords, both at Lancaster and our sector. Now, it's a joy being here at Sussex. I'm a big advocate, a big fan of 1960s. Well, actually, to look at me, every aspect of the 1960s. You know, I'm slightly obsessed. And I think the 1960s universities were really and continue to be really special. I'm not dismissing other universities, obviously, but being here and working for one, I think I love the way they're set up from the start to position themselves to be different and interdisciplinary. And in those beginnings of our universities, I see our future, and we have to kind of lean into that, I think. I'm really mindful of Jane Harville's words this morning around leadership in libraries and the challenges. And I do worry about that with these challenges, some libraries are simply kind of doing business as usual. And we saw some of the numbers this morning in terms of investment, for want of a better word, in shareholders, yachts and chateaux, rather than maybe where we should be directing it, and that worries me. People are signing up to deals because it's easier and focusing on things like citations to increase rankings, which I completely understand, but it feels at times that open access is going a little out of fashion with some libraries, and that worries me enormously. We need to position ourselves kind of in terms of articulating the value of open access, and that's value in financial, but also going back to that motto of Lancaster's. It aligns with our own values, and I think there's so much we can say, and we've heard speakers throughout the day saying that. You know, universities are in crisis, but how can we then watch as they continue to pay eye-watering amounts of money to publishers to get access to a lot of content which is there just in case somebody might use it? And we also heard this morning that it's, you know, it makes people realise you don't get things for free, and these things are beyond paywalls. But also, as a university, that walked away from Elsevier this time around like Sussex did. It also makes you realise that there are ways through. The world hasn't ended when we pulled out. So I do see challenges, but I am a Pollyanna. So I see many more opportunities, and there are lots of opportunities in this room. OJC and OIPA just being one. That map that we saw earlier that I referenced, showing OIPA's scale, shows the power and the power of the connections that we truly have. I see progress too, because once upon a time when I first came into libraries, it felt a lot the time that libraries were talking about these things and publishers and academics weren't so much, and it was hard to kind of get those conversations going. Yet ironically, I feel more strength within researchers and academics, many academics and publishers, than I do at the minute with some library leadership, and that worries me. But there's a positive there. We're just passing the baton on for now. I also, interestingly, I chair the university's informal meeting with the trade unions, and they were really supportive of our walking away from Elsevier. You know, there is support there, and I think sometimes it's easy to think there isn't, but there is. So yes, it's hard to be completely positive in the climate we've heard so much about, particularly Jane Harville this morning. But I think I do kind of come to an end of chairing this group, which I love, and I love the people involved, and I just admire and am proud to be associated with them. Open Research is in a much better space than it was when I went initially to UEA in my first university library back in 2008. So I think I'll just conclude that truth does and should lie open to all. And with organisations like OIPA, I know it will. So it's on to you, but you will do it. Thank you.
Brilliant. That was a great way to end today, I think. And I won't take 15 minutes. I know people have trains to catch and it's been a long day, but I just wanted to start, first of all, just by thanking Andrew. He's been a fantastic chair of the OIPA Advisory Board in its first iteration. And just thank you more generally for all the work you've done at Lancaster over the years to support both OIPA and open access publishing, particularly for books in the UK. I think it'll be really missed, but congratulations on the PVC role, which I think is brilliant that you've got that.
Thank you.
So just in terms of kind of closing remarks really for me, I think as today has hopefully shown, OIPA and its members don't represent one single model of open access publishing. Our network represents a diverse ecology from established university presses to journal and book hosting services, platforms and new initiatives just launching. And I think Charles spoke about this, you know, a healthy ecosystem for publishing. And OIPA is part of this broader network. You know, we belong to that, and it's ways, I think we need to do really is work out ways to work with that broader network, but maintain our distinctive presence within that. I think, you know, personally, it's been brilliant to hear from some of our members today with the lightning talks and the panelists about, you know, the challenges and opportunities that we're seeing with open access publishing and with OIPA more generally, and with the advocacy kind of final panel here. We've had bigger conversations about what OIPA should be going forwards as an organisation, alongside some more tangible advice which we're hoping members can take with them, with their own presses and their own publishing operations to put in practice. I just wanted to end with a few thank yous. A big thank you, obviously, to all our speakers today, all our panellists, both here and online, those OIPA members who've given the lightning talks today, and our chairs. And thank you also to everyone here for your engagement with the workshop this afternoon. That's really helpful feedback for us as we go forward. Thanks again to the University of Sussex Library team for all their support, and particularly to Sam Nesbitt, who I have to give a shout out to because he's been absolutely brilliant with the run up to this organisation. So thank you particularly to Sam. I'd just like to give a round of applause. And then just finally from me, a personal thanks to everyone on the OIPA committee, who have just been brilliant kind of the last month or so as we've really been ramping up kind of organisation for this. It's all voluntary, everyone's doing it alongside really busy kind of full-time jobs. So just thank you to Rebecca, Philippa, Camilla, Kat, Kath, John and Gaz. And then to wrap up, just looking ahead a bit of what OIPA's doing. So we run regular training events, some of which are restricted to OIPA members, but others are opened up. So we regularly kind of advertise these on the OIPA website, so do keep an eye on that. We have an OIPA events page, which involves things like the symposium, but also our regular kind of training sessions. We also have a mailing list you can join, and you can follow us on LinkedIn or Blue Sky to keep in touch about what we do. Next year, we'll be running an online-only symposium with our next in-person event probably the year after, so we're trying to alternate the two. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who's come along in person and joined us online. It's been brilliant to kind of come together and celebrate and plan ahead, so thank you to all.